Check 1, 2. I want to see if this actually works. Well, that was the other thing that I was missing here. Give me just a second here, and I gotta adjust some stuff. How's everybody doing? Hell yeah, it's my birthday. Thanks for all the birthday wishes. Good to see you, Emerson. Your wife's boyfriend, Gil, Iden, Dougie, BD. Kind of weird. I got a new setup going on over here. So I did some work this morning. Thanks for the happy birthdays. I appreciate it. Everybody's doing well. Can you guys hear me well out there? I've got Trade the News back on for you today. So you should be able to hear some of that this afternoon, or coming into the afternoon at 12 o'clock. I canceled Benzinga. This is the second time I've canceled Benzinga. I think of all the news sites, Trade the News is going to have to be the one. There isn't a better one, which is kind of shocking. You could just buy a Bloomberg terminal for 20 grand a year and read off the news and make a ton of money, believe it or not. Well, it's not really the news. There's like a text system on Bloomberg News. That's where they get their news. So we're gonna stick with Trade the News because just between the delays and the emphasis on what's important, I can't find anything better out there. Thanks for all the happy birthdays. I appreciate it. Good to see all of you. Good to see all of you here. This is a frickin' face ripper this morning. I wasn't even paying attention to the market, and then I was trying to get all this stuff set up, and so I plugged in the flow this morning, and then I'm like, well, I'm going to change some of my stuff around. I wanted to put some screens up higher and like one over another and that kind of stuff so that I can have better, or my eyes aren't looking everywhere. So right now, we did. It looks like we hit a top at 449.70. I'm going to talk to you briefly now. Spot Gamma this morning said, I think they said. Let me take a look at what Spot Gamma said. Actually, they just give me a quick second here, because they did give some support levels if you are long. And we'll take a look at Bookmap currently right now. We know we've got VWAP down here at 448.32. And then we'll look lower for more support. There seems to be some ice down here. There was also a previous support down below here at 447. We'll try to take a look here. There's a little bit of a gap in here too. Big supports at 441.32. I don't know if we go down that far at the moment. We did just test support though at 450. And then Spot Gamma gave some notes this morning. I briefly read through them. Let me take a look at them real quick and see what they gave as support for the day. I haven't been paying too much attention. I had a breakfast with my family this morning, so I'm a little out of touch at the moment. Okay, so support lies at 4456 and 4431. Mark that on your charts. I haven't even charted this morning out yet, so I have to do that for myself as well. I'm actually gonna have to do that right now. Give me just a quick second here to get set up. Which I'm actually quite surprised. If you're looking at the chart for today, the resistance is at 4480 and 4500. So I'll try to bring this chart up for you guys right now, and we'll take a look at the chart for the day from Spot Gamma. There was some other point in their note this morning that we want to be looking at. Let me see if I get this one. Yeah, right here. 4456. Okay, so we'll bring this over real quick. So this right here, 44310, I believe, is the other one. So right in here, see this yellow line that I have? This is considered support here. Disregard this white line right here. And then your second support, I'll put them in right now. So you've got S1 down here. We got a small S there. So this is S1 right here, and then S2 is right here. And then R1 is 4487. Let's see if I get that right. No, 4480. So 4480 already above, which is outstanding, above our first resistance line here. And then R2 is right where we stand right here. And we have an implied move today of 0.82%. We're already trading outside of our implied move of the day at 1.03. So this has been a very excellent day. We also have some nice consolidation here from 10:30 this morning into the 12 o'clock hour. When we're this bullish, typically we have a little bit of a rollover later in the day, you know, that lunchtime rollover between 1 and 2 p.m., and then we rip higher. So the question becomes, are we going to trade higher than 4450? We also saw today, if you were watching Flow Algo this morning, I scrolled through briefly, and you could see the bid in the market. Yesterday on Twitter, I posted a link to the number of calls that were placed across the market starting on the 18th until yesterday, and it was one of the largest call buying streaks in the history of the stock market. Was the past 3 to 4 days.
IMS Gopinath just saying that the crisis is likely to spur digital currency considerations globally.
And what that leads to is so someone asked me yesterday, they said, what do you think of it? And I said, well, I'm very scared of what's happening. And the reason that I brought that up was because, well, twofold. There's a companion piece story. SoftBank has been highlighted the past week in our newspapers. And so the first question is this a bid from SoftBank? The second question that it brings up, though, historically, is that it creates a melt-up type situation. The only problem with it is when you make a spike like that on the backside of that trade, it typically precedes, well, a crash precedes or follows after the initial melt-up from those trades. And so that's where the risk comes into this trade, is that we've been going up for, I want to say 6 days now at this point. And the bid into the market is just absolutely insane. The bid in SPY and SPX even this morning was beautiful and gorgeous, because what it does is it expands our market. I'm scrolling through it right now. Matter of fact, I'm going to go back over here and take a look into the bid on SPX and on the SPY today. And the biggest takeaway, so I'm in a different window right now in the Discord chat. We have $7.1 million in SPX that rolled in today. And that is for December 16th, 4900C, and then March 23rd, 4510. So mark that down, right? 4510 on your charts, right? As a price target. That's usually a prop desk that's throwing those calls out there for a longer period of time, and bolstering the market for a longer period of time, and then throwing on some calls on top of it all. The other neat part was the bid that came into SPY this morning, which is quite substantial. We had calls come in for 460 for April 22nd. which allows us to print up to, we've talked about that. If you see expansion and farther out calls, you'll see the market move higher. And we saw that this morning at 10:49. We saw calls come in for April 22nd, and I've got it highlighted right now on the Discord. I can't scroll it. I can't show it to you on YouTube because I have it all set up on a different rig right now. But these April 22 460 calls expands where we can go in this market, and also the call wall and the absolute gamma. That 1.6 million was able to push us up this morning into that 450. And so you want to see stuff like this. Now, the other aspect to this is if you can look at this on the right-hand side, you also saw an expansion in SPY puts today. And they began at 9:30 and haven't relented until 11:30 this afternoon. Almost $17 million in SPY puts. And so you're looking for how deep are those puts in this market, and they're not deep at all. These are all in the money type puts. We've got some down at 429. We've got a hedge down below here for March 22nd. It was on my birthday today, but they expire on May 20th. 429p for 8, 10, $11 million in SPY puts to 429. But that's nowhere near as deep as 400 or 4,000p. And the assumption would be that we shouldn't get down to 4,000. If you see those 4,000 Ps that are floating around out there, as long as we don't see aggressive put buying down at 360s, 90s, 400s, 405s rolling into those previous positions, and we start to see some relenting in the puts that are put out there, 429 looks like the lower bound, and if anything, would even cement further a lower bound that's probably 430 or 440. So how deep can we go if the market rolls over? Right now, from the puts that are out there, it doesn't look like the expansion goes any deeper than 440 from here. Can we trade lower than there? Sure, if more puts roll in, but when you're seeing this hedging come in at 429, it starts to stop the market from having that. When you start to see this call in market-wide expansion in calls, and if you were looking at that post yesterday, it was 800 to 10 or so, or 800 to 100 on individual ticker expansion, but the expansion on calls on the ETFs were below 100. They're at like 70 or something, which is bearish. But today, we saw expansion in calls on individual indexes, which is a positive for the market. And further, you're not seeing an expansion in puts down to 405, let's say 390, which is what we saw last month. It starts to raise the put wall down below from that 400 from the call buying and the expansion in calls today, and it also raises the bottom on the market from 400. From what this looks like, the bottom should be right now no more than, let's call it 440 right now. Maybe a quick trip down below to 435, but the market is tightening up, at least the put wall below the bottom of the market is coming up, let's say to 440, and we're actually expanding and raising how high we can go on the call side. Now, we haven't seen 470s and 480s yet, so this looks like a good target at 450 for currently. Now you want to start seeing more calls at 465 and 470. When you start to see calls at 465 and 470, you'll see a move higher than, say, 45.10. You'll start to look for 4,600 if we start to see 4,700 from this point forward. So I'm gonna go back now to the regular call buying and options buying in the market. But it is positive to see that the put buying, we have aggressive put buying currently, $17 million in puts against the market, but in no way, shape, or form are those
puts. The ECB is going to be starting work this year to add climate risk to its own capital rules for the ECB.
In no way are you seeing puts out there that are deep outside of the money, and that was the fear from Spot Gamma this morning. I'll bring this back over here, and this was their note from this morning, which is critical to the market. And I think it's right here. Let me take a look. right over here. I'm going to show it to you guys right now. The point is that we see gamma flow as offering little influence to markets at current SPX prices. As long as the market holds greater than 440, then vanna or delta hedging impact due to a change in implied volatility is still supplying a bit of support. If the market does drift higher into 4,500 call wall, then positive gamma resistance should increase. Therefore, vanna would shift neutral, but gamma would start to act as resistance. Should markets sell off, we still see little material support below, as described for the past few reports. We still see little support because of the put hedge destruction over the last week. If traders elect to purchase puts, which adds to dealer negative delta, this could coincide with a spike in IV. Both of these factors would add speed to any drawdown. And the key there is speed to any drawdown. The idea being that without expansion on the call side, and with just still this open interest at believe it or not, 360 to 400, right? That there's this cliff that we can fall back upon once the calls stop coming in. But they didn't. They came in today, and further, bears don't see us going that deep down any longer. They're now saying, I'm only going to get 429s. So at this point right now, even if the market were to trade sideways to find new support to trade higher, I don't see any dip down below 440 currently, which is very positive for this market, because before today, there was no call expansion on indexes. The only positive news from yesterday for the melt-up that I could find end of day was the extreme call buying on individual tickers and not the ETFs. You didn't see ETF call buying yesterday. Now, today you did see ETF call buying. We traded higher to 44.970. And if you're looking for a tag higher, we know that we have some in the money SPX calls that are expiring on the 31st for 45.10. Hold on, let me bring this over here. And I was looking higher. The one other thing that I was looking for, you see this resistance above here at 4,500. And if you're looking for another target, you're not seeing any call structure. When you see black above, it means that there's no call structure there. But here are two more resistance above us, 452.50. And then we have some more targets above of 455. We'll take a look even higher, and you can see 460 sitting there just waiting for us. We'll see how much is above at 470.
They're announcing a Spectrum high-performance data center networking infrastructure platform.
So you have some more resistance here at 468.19, 466.06, 464.96. A little bump here in the road at 463.50. Some sellers at 460. Let me bring this back here. This seems to be where all the trouble is. 455.50, 456 flat. Seems like a large area of contention.
A little more than 30 minutes now to the European cash equity close. The CAC run up more than 1%. The DAX also higher by 1%, while Treasury yields across the continent remain higher, but off session highs, 50 basis points now in the German 10-year.
Give me just a couple seconds here. So let's look down below and see if we can find some levels. We know that we've got VWAP here. You can see VWAP at 448.36. Always a great intraday buying opportunity. We also know that we've got 448 below it. You can see this little bit of ice here. We're going to also look at 445. We got 4450 down here, which is right down in here. So look for a bounce also around, no deeper than 446 down below, at least for today. Let's take a look at on a smaller time frame. This is previous support back here at 447 as well. And also note that yesterday the 440 support has moved up from 440 to 441.17, another positive for the market. Sweet. Hey, yeah, thanks for saying happy birthday. I appreciate it. Give me just a second here. I have to get caught up. Just this other little note, I just put this little line in here, this one right here, just in case we trade down below looking for another dip buy over here. Sweet. I feel naked without Trade the News. I'll be honest with you. I'm stoked that it's back online. I was really missing it. I tried out, I want to say, another 4 or 5 services. I got like Financial Juice, I got Benzinga, and I'm going to have to remember I'm going to have to look at some of the ones I bought. I forget the names of them. But all of them were atrocious at best. I think 2 of them, I don't know if we tried 4 or 5 services. I think we tried 4 outside of Trade the News, and 2 of them were delayed by, I don't know, by anything on Twitter by anywhere from 5 minutes to a half an hour. What's crazy was yesterday people said Benzinga, part of their news was down. Well, I put their news on this morning. Like 4 or 5 this morning, 5 o'clock this morning. I had it playing in the background, and I listened to it till I want to say 7:30 or 8 o'clock. It was coming into the 8 o'clock hour, and they were giving a market update. And what I did was I was tracking anything that they talked about. I would just pop it up my screener, and literally everything was like a half an hour late, anywhere from 15 minutes to 1/2 hour late. And I was just shocked. I was like, man, you could just have a ticker spike alert set up, and you could sell that news. And these guys sell it for $175 or something. So I was a little shocked at how long it takes, how imperative it is to have news before it hits the market. You want to get the news and pay for news like you get on a black box, like you get on a Bloomberg terminal. And not getting that is not a positive thing, right? You want to be getting. Let's have a look here. I want to keep an eye on this and see if we keep trading down. Another price target down below would be 446.76. So we'll take a look and see if there's any support in there. If we break through this VWAP. 446.76. I'm not seeing it in here. Somewhere in here, there's a tiny bit down here. You can see a little bit of buyers right there. We'll see if this holds. You can see it right in here. And the other thing, I almost didn't sign in because I've got a bunch of new indicators for Bookmap, and I just haven't loaded them up yet. I was like, you know what? I might just spend another hour loading indicators for these guys. So I might at some point today log off of live stream so that I can unload these things up for you. Because I got some kick-ass indicators for Bookmap that we can start tracking. And then I was also thinking about doing a class on Bookmap, what you should be looking for, how to read the dome, and that kind of stuff. So at some point today, I'm probably going to sign off. And also, it's my birthday today, so before the end of the day, I'm going to do some stuff with my daughter. My daughter this morning was loving on me, so I'm going to love on her. And probably, it's funny, when it's your birthday, you end up taking them out rather than them taking you out. You wind up, like loving on your kids. You got a quick bounce here on the SPY. We'll bring this back right here and just take a peek. Saw this beautiful bounce right here. This is going back from the 18th here, a point of, or not a point of control, but a support. Right, we traded above support here. We had another tag right here, and it looks like we're getting another tag currently right now. So we'll see if we can trade this higher. Let's look on a larger time frame here for some resistance and see what we find. For resistance above, you see us above here, right? This is where we're trading now. We really have blue skies above this 450. If we can get above this zone right here, your next targets are going to be just below. We're going to put one just below here. We're going to make this, because the other thing to always consider when I'm doing traditional candlestick charting, one of the things that I'm looking for is just a prior sell-off, right? So back here you had call buyers, you had equity buyers. They're all stuck up in here, and they're probably still holding and praying, please, Lord, get me back to 458, right? 458, and I swear I'll just take my lick and I'll get out, right? And so you try to make it slightly before, and you can see right in here, 458.44 or so, that we'll probably encounter some volatility as we trade higher. There's another little spot in here we can look at. Right in here, you can see that some bulls got caught in there. So we'll tag them and bag them here. And the next thing that we're looking for here is what? We don't want to see the rejection off here. We want to see a trade higher over 450, consolidation for another move up to 460. So the key now is to break above 450 and then make this a new trading area above here to 458.12. We can do one more line above 460 if you guys think, hell yeah, we're going to 460 cap. We can do that. We'll put make it blue or some shit like that. Make it thick so that we know this is the big boy up here, 460. And this is what you're looking for. And on this is a 2-hour chart here. You can see in this 2-hour chart, there's a nice clean wick below, and the red bar above it here, the bulls are fighting to make this push above 450 today. Watching more bolstering.
Italian agricultural minister saying that so far they are not seeing any issues regarding the availability of raw materials globally.
Watching further call expansion in the SPY, we have calls that just came in on SPX. March 31st, 4520C for $1.4 million. Earlier this morning at 10:49, you saw calls come in on SPX. You saw $10 million. I think it was $10 million. I could be wrong, but I think no, that was the puts, the hedging. What you saw was SPX. I think $2 or $3 million on SPX calls at 4510C, and that actually was the first push that we had up to test the upper bounds. So we're seeing more calls coming in at a slightly higher strike. That's $1.4 million on SPX. Let me bring this back over here. Good to see everybody today. How are y'all doing? Still have that resistance above at 450 flat. I want to make sure I got my... Make sure I got all my numbers right over here. I got two charts rolling right now. I got one on one screener, and then one on another screener. I got one for you guys, then one for me. Sometimes I'm getting transfer issues, getting them back and forth. Resistance 4480. And then where are the supports at? 4456. Yeah, I got that in there. 4430, right, is the other one. 4431. I said 4439 or 4430, but it's 4431. It's hand grenades and horseshoes at that point. Give me just a second here. We'll start working out some stuff. I'm just tracking some other tickers that have some flow on them right now, and I just want to see how well they're doing. You know, it's interesting. Yesterday we were talking about USO yesterday, right? I'm gonna bring USO up, and I was talking to you guys about tickers, right, that are components of the SPY or are not traded as much. And I said to you, it's probably better to buy the underlying than buying calls. And this is a prime example right here, right? So we were actually discussing this specifically on USO yesterday and Oxy, and we were talking about it on underlying indexes on the SPY. Sometimes I prefer to buy the underlying stock or shares rather than the calls or puts, mostly because of the shenanigans that take place, and mostly because this is the domain of I think these calls came in here yesterday, and at some point yesterday around here we got some calls on people are like, hey, you're going to go on USO, and I was like, if you're going to do that, and I think we called out $81 on USO yesterday, but I even said more than likely you'll see some kind of hanky-panky or something, right, or some shenanigans inside of after hours, and here you see it yesterday. Right, you see it into the 9 o'clock hour yesterday, or the 8 o'clock hour yesterday, excuse me. You can see that it traded up to $81 and then immediately sold off into this morning. And so when you're going to enter these trades, you want to be careful of when you're going to enter them. Matter of fact, I don't know if I'd buy it currently at where it's at, but you can kind of see. No, it's kind of funny. It's following exactly what I made yesterday. But if you guys remember this yesterday, that rollover that I talked about yesterday in stream. So it's not that you can't buy down here. It's that you have to be more tactful in these kind of tickers. So just be conscious of that in these tickers and being tactful in when you enter your positions and when you're actually buying. And I'm not saying that you can't buy. I'm not saying that we're going to keep going up with USO either. I'm just saying that let's say you're still bullish on USO, you probably that's probably not a good representation, but let's say you're like, hey, I'm still super bullish on oil cap. We talked about this yesterday too, right? And you don't believe that we're going to roll this oil trade over. well, at least look to be buying below that trend line. And currently we are below that trend line, right? If you look at it for, let's say, 3 months. I know you guys like that trade. Look at that nastiness over there. This is like straight nasty. Just evil. Let's say you're like, hey Cap, I want to buy this over here, right? Then what you can do is look for how steep it sold off. Right, and we're kind of there right now, right? We're almost there. To have an alert set, right? Hey, if we break this line, Cap, and we're going to continue on this move higher, this would be the time for you to get bullish, right? Right in here. I thought it was lower, but it looks like it's not. It's not looking like it's lower. So keep your eyes on USO at this point. If you start to see any kind of oil trades come in, this would be if you had set an alert here yesterday, right? If you had said, "Hey Cap, I'm going to set alert because I know that you're not bullish on oil right now." But let's say you had set an alert right up below, and let's say you got the email today and said, "Hey, ding, USO is looking like it's a buy once again to stay on its trend, right? It's going to respect its trend or whatever." Now it's just now you're just aware. You're just going to say, "Hey, I'm going to start looking for oil calls. I'm going to look for USO calls. I'm going to look for any kind of positive news coming out on oil, and if I find any and it's hit my buy zone, then now is the time for me to start paying attention to it." If you don't see any positive news come out on USO, you're going to look for it to continue to trade down until it finds support. So let's say we got an alert this morning, and you're like, "Okay, I got an alert. I'm going to start tracking it, right?" What's the next thing that you do? You have a gap that was unfilled back here, right? And you're going to now set a new alert just right here, and you're going to set another alert down here. If you have it, and let's say right now you're not hearing any kind of a we'll raise this up slightly so I get the alert before it happens. So let's say we don't get any support here, and let's say we have some negative news. We want to look for it to fall down slightly and start to consolidate and make a move higher. So we'll set a second alert, and you can start looking for positive oil news or USO news specifically to see if you want to take that trade higher again for whatever the next rip is in the market. It's watching this nice consolidation. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll look to see if any more calls come in on the SPY. Right now, we've got still got some puts coming in on the market right now, but not heavy. It's got nice consolidation down here, and sometimes we'll see some distribution down. If we don't find that distribution, maybe we can get one more trade to see if we can break 450. We're up here, right? We might as well do it. Yeah, so we start. Hey James, so we started to. Yeah, I saw the wheat trade as well. That's the weird thing about those trades is whenever you get into those trades like wheat, when you get into any of the commodities, any of the non-liquid stocks, you almost have to just buy the underlying. You can't buy calls on them. You might and win. There's some you could buy like leaps and stuff on like Paramount is a good one to trade leaps on, even though it's not traded that much. But any of the other funky ones, you just kind of have to go underneath. If you weren't tuning in earlier, we reviewed what Spot Gamma had to say this morning about is 4,000 on the table or not, and what needs to happen for 4,000 to be taken off the table. You might want to pause the broadcast, go back through, and check out what we had to say about it earlier in the broadcast. I think it was if you go back to within the first 15 or 20 minutes or so, we reviewed what to be looking for.
U.S. Commerce Secretary is saying the U.S. and U.K. are getting close to a deal on metals tariffs. Echoes what we heard out of the U.K. earlier today.
I love having Trade the News back on. Makes me feel good. Select a headline or a ticker in the Give me just a second here. Also watching the VIX consolidate slightly down here. Looking to see if we'll get a breach below this volatility area here where we're sitting right here. So I'm watching this zone right here to see if this is a good dip buy or if we'll get this break down below here. Yeah, it's my birthday today. I'm kind of the I don't really I celebrate my birthday, but I'm quiet about my birthday. I know some people do big things for their birthday, like week-long celebrations, month-long celebrations. It's weird. My father was really hard on me when I was a kid, and when I was getting towards puberty, he became more difficult. Not in a bad way, just very, in a good fatherly way. But at the same time, it took all the joy out of birthdays. So I do subdued birthdays. I wish I had gotten over that as an adult, but I haven't. It's kind of a weird thing with birthdays, for me at least. I always loved what my dad did for me, but you hit that those early teenage years, and I think your father looks at you and he's like, I don't know if he's going to be a cop or a robber. I think that's what dads do. And I don't have any sons, and I always wondered if I didn't have any sons because maybe I would have been a bad dad to sons. I would have had, my expectations would have been too high. I don't think all dads are like that, but my father was like one of those dads that demanded a lot out of me as a son and had high expectations and didn't accept anything but I don't know what you call it, but the best out of me. That can be a good or a bad thing. As I get older, I'm grateful for it. But when I was a younger man, I didn't like my father for that reason. I didn't think that he loved me. But then as I got older, I realized that he had shown me a different kind of love as I became a man, that I had to take care of myself, that I had to take care of other people, that I would be relied upon in life. He probably didn't do the best choices with it. But anyways, I don't know why I'm talking to you guys about that, but it's something that stuck with me on my birthdays of all days. I don't know if you guys are like that out there or not. You have the same history with your dad? You know what I mean? Yeah. I can't give my birth or I can't give my age out there because I can't give too many details. The more details that I give, it's not that you're a bad person, it's that there are bad people out there that try to jot down every little piece of information about you, and then they put a profile together, and then they're trying to break into your bank accounts and stuff. But I'm not old, and I'm not young, if that helps. And we get a nice little bounce here on the SPY. We'll see if this can hold. See this perfect bounce down here, 448. Right? We had that. We talked about this number down below here. 448 just a few moments ago as we started the broadcast. Talked about looking for this support here at 448, or excuse me, resistance down here that we had traded above. It now looks like it wants to become some form of support. We'll see if it holds or if we break through it and it turns once again into resistance. So we'll keep an eye on this zone right here that we're in. Make sure that this holds. If this holds, it is very bullish for the market. If we break through it, of course, it will remain resistance at this point. Deep thoughts with Captain Jim James, baby, in the middle of the afternoon. Thanks for saying happy birthday to me. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm 21 years old. Josh is like my son. I had Josh when I was 16. Yeah, I'm 69. Same with my pops. Yeah, it's a tough thing. What's weird too is it's impacted how I raise my daughters. I'm not like the asshole my dad was to me. I have a little bit like 10% asshole, but nowhere near shape or form the same as my dad. I'm kind of grateful to a point. I talked to my wife once and said to her that I'm grateful that I don't have sons because I didn't know how I would be as a dad. Because I don't think even my dad thought much about it, right? I don't think that it was his priority to care about how I felt. Like your son can have feelings. I don't think that dads care about that. And even as an adult, he doesn't even want to discuss that. I mean, his point to me is, yeah, I'm grateful that you graduated high school and graduated college and that, joined the army and all that other fun shit. And you're still not good enough. That's the other thing. You're never good enough for your dad. And women do. I mean, people don't, or I shouldn't say women, like your mom. Like my mom always treated me very well. I was like the eye of her apple and all that. Rightfully so, right? And I needed that love in my life. But dude, fathers, oof. Dads can be some hard ass. And dude, and you know what's weird? They're never hard assholes in front of anybody else. It's always like when you're alone with your dad, right? It's never in front of anybody else. You always know that your dad, you'll never actually meet your dad's expectations. Never, ever good enough for your own father. I guess I should be grateful that I had a dad, right? I guess some people have never had a dad. And we talk about YouTube here, right? If I didn't have a dad, YouTube would definitely be my father. I think YouTube is probably the dad that a lot of boys need out there to at least get basic questions answered. Because my balls are huge, and I had to ask my dad, why are my balls so huge? And then, of course, he pulled his pants down, and his balls were fucking bigger than mine. Yeah, it's having my daughters. Yeah, old school dads, tough as steel. They are not they're not the nicest guys in the world. So we're haven't quite broken through here. I wouldn't consider this yet rejection here at this 448. Still a little bit of consolidation, a little bit of selling. Look to see if we get any kind of rejection off of this moment here and start to trade below or not.
Germany, a coalition party working group reportedly agreeing on a broad basis for a package to help relieve the burden of high energy costs.
Some dip buyers still stepping in currently at the moment. I am watching the put flow right now to see if the algos have switched over yet. Haven't quite seen it as of yet. There's still some call holders on 450Cs for Wednesday. 126,000 calls for Wednesday. Let's take a look at Friday's expiry. There are 30,000 puts at 440 for Friday. They're $1.33. So if you wanted to bolster your short position,
on this German energy package, reportedly it sees the measures being put in place to strengthen energy independence for Germany.
If you wanted to add to a put position, I've got some puts out there that I haven't sold that I bought yesterday, and I'm going to keep on adding to them. So I'll probably add some 440Ps for Friday for a consolidation phase here. So there are some puts being bought currently, so just be aware of that, even if we're getting this bounce currently. Scroll this a little bit farther back. I'm not reading everything you guys are saying. I'm going to scroll back. It's funny. I got a funny story about my dad. I'll tell you a funny story about my dad. So I'd seen my dad on and off get naked, like you're getting dressed or some shit like that. But I remember that I was watching my dad in the tub. He was like taking a bath or something, and I was like, "Oh God, his penis is so big," and I'm like, "He's so gross and nasty." And I was like, so gross, looks like a caveman. And I was kind of revolted because I'm a young boy and all that, right? Got peach fuzz. And I remember now I remember looking. We are breaking through currently, but I remember now as a grown man, I'm like, Jesus, I look as fucking awful as my own dad looked when I was a kid. I probably shouldn't be saying that stuff on YouTube. Probably could catch a YouTube strike for saying that stuff. I don't know why dads came up in this conversation. Probably because it's my birthday. He's the guy that I look up to, right? He's always been my hero. I'll be honest with you. Even though he's an asshole, I have a lot of respect for him. took care of me, never ever left me or gave me up or anything like that. And he put up with my mom, and he put up with my siblings, and they're still together today. They're still married after all these years. He's a very loyal person.
European bourses are wrapping up trading for the day.
Which I have a lot of
German
respect
DAX
for.
ending up 0.8%, the FTSE up 0.3%, and the CAC up 0.9%.
Very, very loyal man, and it's a rare thing, right? Rare to find loyal men out there. So that's always been, that's actually bolstered me as a grown adult too, right? Having that support structure there in one way or another. We are breaking through 448 currently. This is looking slightly, I don't know if I'd call it bearish. I don't know if I'd call this bearish. And this is slightly below VWAP here, I think. We'll look to see if this is slight, but this is usually a good place. You can see VWAP slightly breaking through it here. So some bulls will be looking to buy a dip here. I see some light calls coming in right now. Nothing big, nothing too important, like $30,000 in calls, but nothing serious. Looks like most of the money was made. So we'll see if this holds or if we get some distribution still, if the afternoon kind of weans itself off. It's 12:32 in the afternoon. The VIX is still, it's been basing since, let's see, the VIX has been basing since, believe it, this is kind of wild, right? If you guys are watching the VIX has been basing since 9:30 this morning. It actually hasn't really gone anywhere. The lowest it went was 2270 at 1127. It's now trading as high as 2314. Looks like it's going to try to make an attempt to go higher. Some VIX might have been bought. I haven't seen any VIX calls. I did see some SQQQ calls. I saw April 1st 40C for 40C for $172,000. It had a very high algo score. So I'll be looking for, so if the VIX continues to go up, I'm going to be looking for it to trade to somewhere between 23.83 and 24 flat. Let's call it 24 flat. So maybe another dollar higher. And we'll see. That would probably put us down. Around somewhere in here, either 447 or 445. So we'll see if we get that intraday selling to continue. I'm going to pay attention to you guys here in just a minute. See a little bit of a bounce down here. You can see it currently at 447.50. See what you guys are saying out there. She's with him for his dick and his balls. Yeah, I don't have VWAP set up on Webull on Webull right now. What I usually do is I'll typically pop VWAP on and then I turn it off, and I'll pop on moving averages and I'll take them off. MACD, I'll do the same thing sometimes just to see if we're super oversold or super overbought, and then I chart traditionally. So Tommy Thornton, who's pretty good, wrote on Twitter, VIX with the mark buy, set up 9 perfected. Let's watch next few days if there's a price reaction with the signal.
€2 billion in short-term BTP bonds and up to $1.5 billion in BTPEI bonds at a March 25th auction. And that's for Italy.
What is this saying? Tesla all over the news. Yeah, I saw the Tesla all over the news. I saw some Tesla news earlier today, or this morning I saw Tesla news on, I don't know if I saw it on Bloomberg or if I saw it, let me see if I can take a look here on the wrong, but I did see some Tesla news this morning. But Tesla was ripping today, right? I thought I saw news that Tesla was ripping. Catching a nice bounce right here. It's nice support down here, 44750. Let's see if this can hold. See if we can get another run higher. So we can get another push, another squeeze right there, and another brief squeeze to go higher. See this down here, nice little catch. We'll see if it can maintain and hold. See if we can get another trade out of this. We'll see if this trades higher here. I'm in some calls right now. We'll see if this goes higher. See if we can trade this slightly higher. Maybe take this to 448.72. Watching calls come in on AMC. Calls on AMC March 25th, 18C for roughly $100,000. AMC spiking. Nice bull flag down here on AMC intraday bull flag. Nice squeeze higher. Low of $12. You know what the weird part about AMC is? I see AMC back down to like $3. I see it down another 75%. If you're going to trade AMC, your price target above is $17.39. Let's see if SPY can hold here as well. Look to see if this can hold and get a nice push higher. If no push higher, then we're probably gonna start selling this off. Be looking for look for this here, and if we can't get that, we should resume heading down. Close that up. Nope. Close that up. FDX, May 20th. Kind of like the FDX chart. We have some calls that came in on FDX, May 20th, 250C, $270,000. A decent algo score, not great. They had this nice bounce above here. FedEx. I like the consolidation on FedEx. I haven't even looked at this chart in some time. But I do like this consolidation here. And whoever bought this did a good job. We had a rejection above here. So some trapped sellers here. They probably got out. That might be, if I have a price target on FedEx, it's going to be much higher. Probably going to be that 244 or so. We'll take a look at it. The FedEx calls are 250 Cs, so they're even higher. They're up here. What I like is that these sellers are probably exhausted. The other thing that I like about this chart is where it's at currently. I like that. Like that light. I got nice 1, 2, and 3. I like that trend on it. Price target 250 up here. And the date on those FTX calls were May 20th, way down the line. So it's really giving some time here for some consolidation and then the move up as well. So they're saying that their price target of 250 is in May. So somewhere in here. Price target. All right, so put that right there. There's a price target for FTX. I might buy something more in the money. Just buy like 225s or something for May 20th and see if you'll get this nice swoop up in here. If you buy them in the money, what do you have to worry about, right? You're just waiting. Okay, no, God damn it. Just waiting for some kind of a swoop up here. Something in the money. In the money calls maybe, or even the underlying. Just even, if you're just to hold the underlying and sell puts down below here, just buy the underlying, sell some puts below 213 or so, and just be selling to the bears the entire time between now and May is also a nice that's a nice trade actually. I like that trade. We'll look back on SPY real quick. See what's going on here. I'm in some calls in here, so I'm still holding. We'll see if we get some nice consolidation in here and a rip higher. If we can't, actually we did a nice little tag down below here, so we'll look to see if we can break above here. We can get this nice push higher. Same price target above 450 ultimately. Just so you guys can see this line right here, this is real-time buyers, and this is depth of book here, how thick this is. When you see more red, it's showing more sellers than buyers. You see more red down here, it's more buyers than sellers. Always keep your eye on that. Also have calls on Zoom. If you guys have noticed on Zoom, you've got all kinds of, past 2 weeks, all I've seen is news story after news story after news story of calls for more work from home. Now, I think it's bullshit. I think it's just the fact that it's sold down to $90 or so. But the discussion behind Zoom is that we might get more COVID, and your workers won't be able to afford to buy gas and go to work. That's an insane. I saw some of the insane shit I've been seeing in news stories. They want you to go back to what we're doing in the 1970s. I don't know. That ain't going to happen. Rather than focusing on EVs, But anyways, even with that being said, with some Zoom calls came through. June 17th, 105C for $7.2 million. So Zoom, June 17th, 105, which is way down here, right? Way down here. Just got them. They're expensive. What I would look at is when is there, if they, I don't know if they have dividends, but see if they have dividends or not. If they don't have dividends, look for when their next DR is and maybe get some call spreads. Call it 105 to 115 and date them for June 15th. Or maybe a week out, or excuse me, the next big monthly afterwards. 115 maybe for June. And we'll look on a larger time frame.
Over Severstal, seeing a press report suggesting that company planning for a default on dollar bonds tomorrow. That's for Severstal out of Russia.
Yeah, no shit. Of course they're going to default on dollar bonds. They couldn't even open their market. You can see some resistance here. You can see it down here. Make this smaller. Let's take a look at Zoom here. Maybe tighten it up just a little bit. Hasn't even squeezed yet, to be honest. Looks like you'll get some sellers. You got some resistance here. Without a doubt, there's trap buyers here, so you have to be aware of that. This could take some time to resolve itself. You could end up getting some resistance somewhere at like 132, 120, 130. Call it 130. You get some resistance at 130, but that doesn't mean it doesn't continue to trade higher. It just means that you'll probably get something like you just have to wear out those sellers, so you'd get something up here, maybe a rejection, and you even set an alert down here for another buy, and then something higher over time as we head into May or June. What they're looking for, something in here like this. Set an alert down here too. If you feel like you missed the trade, set an alert like 105. And if there's a down market day and you can grab them again, it'd be a nice trade. This might be the better trade of the, if you missed this here, set an alert in your own software for like $1.06 to set an alert for yourself. Zoom. And the news has been good on Zoom. It's being manufactured right now on Zoom. See what's going on with the SPY here. See if the SPY is going to break higher. Look a little bit closer here. Some support. 1, 2, and we'll see if we can rip higher here. Calls coming in on all the shit companies, right? Had calls come in earlier on AMC. Calls came in on NEG, N-E-G-G. Calls coming in on NOK, shit stock again, right? Remember the favorite NOK, N-O-K? November, Oscar, Kilo. Got calls coming in on all the shit stocks. MRIN, CLOV, PLTR. I like Palantir, but these are all the beaten down stocks. Looks like they're all getting squeezed. Also have some calls coming in on Facebook and Rail currently. SPY squeezing higher. Just made a quick $100. I'll take it. I just made a small trade, just 10. It was like $1,500 or something. I don't feel like risking a lot where we are right now, to be honest with you. But there's a quick 10%. Nice quick 10% move up on the SPY. See if this gets rejected or if we can continue higher. If you're still in, you're good. You're still making money right now, so hopefully you guys are making money out there. Maybe we can get a nice little bounce and continue to higher to 450. A nice little trade right there. Nice little trade. Day trader's paradise. Same place above. Hey, thanks for saying happy birthday. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks, Joey Harper. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, my brother. How are you? I'm going to give you a call later today and say hi to you. Thanks for wishing me happy birthday. Saying AMC and GME are moving, right? Sweet. Talked about AMC a few moments ago. I think we charted out AMC real quick. So hopefully AMC is still... Oh, yeah, AMC is still pumping. Woohoo! What do we give as a price target on AMC? Let's bring AMC back over and show you where it is. Right here, we're looking at 1746 or so. Already trading at 1703. You know how it is, right? You'll get some bulls that get panicked when the squeeze comes in. Price target 1746. We'll bring it up real quick to see if that holds true or not. We'll do AMC and then we'll do GME. Good to see you, Joey. Did you trade that quick trade with me? Did you make some money off SPY? Thanks for saying happy birthday out there. I appreciate it. Josh is updating that wheat is moving. Got a little bit of resistance here on AMC. Well, I think we said 1740, and you can see the sellers above here at 1727 and 1747. Let's be conscious of that. We have more sellers currently than buyers looking for a push higher on AMC. Price target 1740. Another good trade. GME. Right, we'll look at GME and look for a price target on GME. Damn, SPY's still ripping. Hells yes, SPY still ripping. That's a nice little sweet little trade right there, huh? It's a gorgeous trade. Look at that trade on SPY. It's a kick-ass trade. We called this trade out just a few moments ago. It's still ripping and pumping. So we'll look to see if it can make its way higher here. Look to see if it's going to make another leg or two. So there you go, another leg on the SPY. We'll look at GME. Same kind of a deal up here on GME. You're looking at some resistance above at 118 and 120. I'm not as positive on GME here like I was on AMC, but we've been talking about these tickers, right? Palantir, Clove, Marin, Knock, BB, ZM. Now we're also watching calls on Uber. So we'll take a look at Uber as well. Uber, GME is blasting off 117.73. Has some resistance above at 118.21 and again at 119.99. Looks like all these stocks that have been beaten down are getting a bid currently. Uber has been up since the beginning of the day. It was at 31.99, now trading at 33. Quick squeeze on a bull flag as well on that one. We'll look at Uber over the course of a year. Dude, how do you not buy Uber here? Everybody's like, oh, Uber loses money. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. All it takes is a company like Cruise to take them over and slap Uber on their stickers, right? It's done deal. Look at Uber. How does Uber not? Uber's like huge. I mean, talk about a squeeze candidate. You want to see a squeeze candidate? There's one right there. Price target on Uber for today, 34.82. And possibly even get as high as 35.36. So we'll look at Uber real quick. See what Uber's doing. Uber may not have happened yet, so we have some time on that one. AMC we had some time on. GME we talked about GME, but we didn't look at it. I mean, you want to see a squeeze candidate? There it is right there. There's your hella rad squeeze candidate right there. There's no blue, just blue skies above here. You've got slightly more sellers than buyers, but calls are coming in by the truckload on Uber. If you get a squeeze here, I gave a price target of 35. It could squeeze higher. It could definitely squeeze higher. Because there ain't shit stopping it from squeezing higher right here. Nothing. All that resistance is at $34. There ain't nothing until you get to 35, 36. Big sellers above at $38.50. $40. Oof. If you got to 40, that would be kick ass. I don't know if you'd get there, but Uber. Look at Uber real quick for a quick trade. Checking out SPY right now. It's now trading at 44.893. Those same sellers above up here at 450. Thanks for saying happy birthday. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the love. Definitely. Para's pumping right now. Look at Para. We'll take a look at Para. Get the Para pump going on. Peter Piper Para. We talked about Paramount, right? Buying the dips on Paramount. I said this will work on buying leaps or long-dated calls on a company like Paramount, a.k.a. Viacom. I mean, look at this, dude. Like, Viacom, I mean, you want to see some sick-ass trades? You want to see some sick-ass trades? Like, sick-ass trades. December, buy it. December, buy it. Right? Bought the dip in January 24th. Look at this down here in February. It's been a stupid trade. I mean, look at that. Right? Look at that. Stupid trade. Another stupid trade, right? Another stupid trade. And there's another stupid trade on Paramount. Every time you're like, oh, it's done. Not done, not done, not done. We talk about Paramount around. I've been talking about, I know some of you guys have followed me since the beginning. Paramount, right? If you have never bought Paramount, there you go. Anything. You buy anything down here. You just buy them 1 to 3 months out. Buy them way outside the money. And you can start taking profits somewhere in here, right? Set alerts. Paramount. Paramount, Paramount, Paramount. Gangster ticker. Gangster ticker. We've already gone over it in previous broadcasts why to buy Paramount. I don't need to go over it again. Gangster. Now trading 444.99. See if you can break through that 45. Not sure if it's going to happen. You might want to take some of that profit off the table on that quick trade. Day trader's paradise. Let's take a look at it on a regular chart here. 1, 2, 3, boom, push higher. This might still go. We might still have some more room here. Might get a nice push. Do some. We'll do some resistance here. A little bit of traffic up in here. Need to break through here. If you can break through right here, this zone, if you break through, next target's 4,500 again. Calls on Para. April 8th, 41C, $25,000. Calls on Clove, called them out earlier. March 25th, 3.5C. Calls on Apple, XLF. Right on. Well, yeah, right on, Wolgamoth. I appreciate average guys. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for saying that. I really appreciate you guys being here with me every day. Without a doubt. Appreciate it. Oh, wait a minute. These calls were down to like $1.46, I think. Now they're $1.70. Easy, quick trade. Dude, Paramount, more Paramount calls coming in right now. We'll look at Paramount real quick. Got more Paramount calls coming in. April 14th, 42.5C. Look at this. Smashing and bashing on Paramount. Price target, $40 up higher here from $37.68. Let's see if they can blast higher. There's no hero indicator here, but we can go by the CVD buyers. We have buyers just overwhelming sellers currently on Para. You can also see down here we've got more calls than we do have puts. Some put buyers stepping in here, but we'll see if it can squeeze higher to this $39 or $40 mark. Day traders stepping in on para right now. SPY starting to squeeze higher. You can see this squeeze higher here. If you can break above this 449.27, next stop 450. See if the SPY can make it up higher here. Average guys, baby. Christian saying he's got a Christmas birthday. Well, one of my daughters has a Christmas birthday, and it is a touchy subject. Like, we have to spend, like, we do like a summer birthday, we do a winter birthday. Normalize my sound. Okay, so level. So it's at least 12 dBFS. So negative 12 dBFS. Okay, so let me write that down. Hold on here. Are you saying that my audio is going up and down depending upon how loud I speak or quiet I speak? Or are you saying that's my... Hold on here. My desktop audio... Well, not my desktop. My microphone audio needs to be minus 12. Okay, hold on here. Hold on, give me a second. Hold on here. Hold on. How's that right there? Is that better? Is that at least minus 12 dBFS? You're quite quiet right now. Oh, okay. I'm quiet right now. Okay, so what I'll do is this. How about this? I'm quiet right now, right? Check quiet. I'm quiet. Am I quiet right now? Hold on, I'll put my gain up a little bit. Is that better? How's this right here? Can you guys hear me now? How about this right here? Is that better? I don't know. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Is that better? Hold on. Yeah, no, I dumped it for a minute. I think whoever's saying that was saying whoever's saying that was that they're trying to get a point. So what I can do is I can bring my hold on here, because I'm now on the minus side. Let me see if I can get this higher. Is that better like this? A bit better? Let me hold on here. Bam. Give me a second. I'll work on the shit. Sucks because my monitor... Oh, there we go. Okay, give me a second here. Give me a second here. I'll work on my monitor. Because I know some of you guys have... It's my birthday today, brothers and sisters. Normalize a post... No, hold on a second. So I've got a... Okay, so you're saying that right now, you're saying that right now my audio is low, right? So give me just a second here. Let me take a quick look down here. Sometimes my, no, that's 100%. So crazy quiet. Oh, Brad, brother. Brad said, happy birthday from Tesla Bulls. I was in Great Falls as a kid, Big Sky. Thanks, Brad Armitage, for supporting the channel, brother. Ben Godfrey, happy birthday. Thanks, Ben Godfrey. Appreciate it. Benny Mac, brother. Thanks for the tip, brother. The Market Rebel, thanks for the tip yesterday. Birthday gifts abound today. Hells yes. All right, so how about this? So you guys are throwing me birthday tips. I will break out the whisk. No, you know what? I'm gonna break out it's my birthday, so I'm gonna do a I got something special. I got some old rum, some old sailor rum that I'm gonna partake in right now. Here goes a blast off. Now trading at 449.40. Hope you guys got this call down here, right? This is where I said I bought calls down here. So right down here, right? So there we go with that blast off, right? Heading to 450. We'll see if that stays in there. Blasting off to 450. It's a beautiful call down here. How long did that take to make a day trade? Not too long, did it? With coming on with you guys. So we'll see if it can continue higher to this 450 for a nice fat price target. Yeah, thanks for the so what I'll do is I'll get out some old rum and we'll have a I haven't drank anything today. So I probably should, right? It's my birthday. So I want to celebrate with you guys here today. So I'm going to take a quick break, not now, but I will. We'll wait for this trade to be over. We'll take a look once more, right? We talked about this little zone right here. Talked about just this little zone right here. You want to get above this. So you might see a little bit of a resting area here, right? And the reason is because, the reason I note that is because of these sellers right here. So right in this area right here, right, you've got trap buyers. They're like, oh, yeah, baby, we're going long. And they're like, oh, shit, we're going down. Then they're like, oh, we're going back up. I'm going to hold. And they're like, no, don't do that to me again. So now that we're up here, they're like, shit, I just want to get out of my calls. But they're probably down 30% in their calls. So what they have to do is actually rebid, buy more to make this next leg higher. And if they don't rebuy here, it'll continue to roll over, and they'll feel the pain, right? So we'll see if this can hold here. We'll see if the trap bulls here and here, and believe it or not here, and there's some bulls up here too. These bulls are like, please just get up to 450 so I can sell. So this area here is a little bit of contention. Let's be conscious of that, and we'll see if the bulls can put it together up here and get us higher to 450. And I'll work on my audio. Let me work on my audio real quick here. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Let me see let me look at my properties. Not my properties. I'm not looking for my properties. I'm looking for over here. I'm looking for my filters. I have my filters over here. Gotta check out my filters. Oh shit! You know why my audio is fucked up? You know why my audio is fucked up? Because I don't have any fucking filters on this mic. When I unplugged it, I probably killed my filters. No wonder I sound like shit today. Who brought that up to me earlier? Who brought that up about my mic being all fucked up? You are correct. My mic is fucked up today. Who brought that shit up earlier? Son of a bitch. Luis Reyes is correct. So what I did was I was doing some, I'll leave it for today. I'm not going to fuck with it now. But I will fuck with it. I will fuck with it overnight. I took so what I did was I was trying to get set up this morning, and I had my internet went down for a minute. And then I'm like, well, fuck this. I'm going to reset up some of my gear and reposition some stuff. And I had to unplug a bunch of shit. So it looks like my fucking, well, my shit's been reset. My shit's fucked up. My shit's fucked up. So we'll leave it for today, right? We'll just do it fucking live. You can see this they call this a tweezer move here. Do you guys know what a tweezer move is? Google search tweezers. Google search tweezers. I don't think anybody talks about that anymore, but that's a tweezer right there. So that's an old school trader move right there, tweezers. And so look that up right there. Do your homework tonight, boys and girls. So my sons. Also, it's really hilarious. There's been no news the last 6 days. We've been mooning. Before that, every single day there was a news bomb about war, some horrible thing. Now there's nothing. So yeah, so the you know what else is fucking weird is that you've got JPOW, you've got Fed speakers. It's weird. We've got no news scheduled, and so the Fed is out there scheduling all these news conferences. We do have some news on Wednesday and Thursday, but nothing major. This whole week is kind of...
Italian ecology minister saying it will be difficult to replace Russian gas dependence for at least 2 years.
I don't believe that either. I don't.
Total Energies France saying that they will stop buying Russian oil and petroleum products.
I don't think that I believe that either. I mean, I believe it, that the gas prices will remain high. What gas company is going to tell you that they're going to lower the price of gas? I don't think I know a single one out there. And I don't know a single gas or oil company that's going to say they want to invest more in infrastructure either. I mean, can you imagine being called and someone saying to you, you have to invest in more infrastructure? You wouldn't want to, but you do if you have to, right? I guess you do if you have to, but if you don't have to, a little bit less of a good thing just keeps prices high. See if we can catch this, another bump right here. We might catch another bump right here. See if we can catch this one.
The Russian press, Russian Energy Ministry, saying oil exports from CPC could drop by about 1 million barrels per day.
So that's positive gas news. And, of course, USO is blasting off with that positive gas news. We talked about this morning, right? We said if there's any positive gas news, expect a rip, and USO is blasting off right now. So we said that, right? Talked about that this morning. Boom. USO climbing on positive gas news. The old gas pump.
All this comment out of Russian press, the CPC is the largest international oil transportation project with participation of Russia and Kazakhstan.
See if we can get this final tag
Russian
off
Energy
of.
Ministry saying that this pipeline project may reduce oil exports by around 1 million barrels per day.
See if we get this or not. We may or may not get it. Seems like a nice buy right there. If we can get back down here, maybe we can catch another buy for another run up. See how that goes. Push it. Push it higher. Push it, push it, push it higher. Give me that last blast off. We haven't really touched 450 yet either. We only touched 449.70. So we haven't quite hit 450 yet. So I would like to see that at some point if it's possible to get at least that touch on 450. Grabone. Thanks for the birthday wishes, Grabone. And New Traders, thanks for assisting and talking us through this spiderweb. Yeah, definitely. No worries. You can see it right in here, right? Seeing all these nice little levels as we plot them and chart them as we work our way up here. Grabone was making a comment about helping you to trade the day, find your levels, find out where we're headed, how a day trader looks at the day, and where the price targets are. Aren't we looking for a ton of sellers? Been listening all morning. There's a general feeling we head quickly to 45 or consolidate, then make the move higher. Yesterday, you talked about potential for a big move down. Is that done? Okay, so I don't know if you are just joining me right now. If you are currently just joining me right now, then let's revisit it, I guess. We'll revisit it one more time, okay? This will be because I've been asked a couple times about this, and since the broadcast began earlier. So let's start at the beginning, okay? So yesterday in the market, as the market was closing, a spot gamma report came out yesterday. They've been coming out morning and nighttime for the past 3 days, and the report stated basically that there's no real calls in the market, or specifically on indexes, not individual tickers, but on the indexes, okay? And so without that call structure, and this call structure, just look at it in a basic sense of the word. You're not looking for in the money 1 day or 3 day calls. You're looking for 1 month out. You're looking for them to be farther out than we currently are to bolster the market to go higher. Whenever you have just calls, when everybody's buying calls that are 1 day, 3 dates, and they're in the money, they're price driven. It means that I'm going to hold them. If I get some money off them, I'm going to sell them, okay? It means that at any moment the bid can be pulled from the market, that there's a rug pull there. And all that's left in the market is a bunch of puts that are deep, deep, deep outside the money. They're down at 400, 390, 370, 360. Believe it or not, 360. We'll look at some of those charts here in just a few minutes just to give you an idea of that, okay?
It's the anniversary operation at $1.76 trillion for 88 counterparties.
So let's start there, okay? And so it doesn't matter where we trade to. What it's showing, and also Spot Gamma posted on Twitter like a Batman thing that said, what if I told you nobody bought calls?
Highest
Hold on.
amount since last year.
So the point is this, is that was there into yesterday, okay? And with that being there into yesterday, what it means is that the moment that those calls are cashed in for profit, they don't have to go to 100%. They just have to make some money. They can go to 100%. They don't have to go to they don't have to print per se, right? They don't actually have to print. If they're printing 100% on you holding them, that's all you need. So the moment that bid is removed from the market, the only thing left in the market are puts deep outside of the money. Down, right? Down, down, deep, deep. And so at any moment, if any bad news drops, the point is that there's no floor, that we could careen down, red bar it straight down on any fucking news that gets dropped at any fucking moment that could drop us, believe it or not, 200-300 points, literally like 400 points within like 1 to 3 days, just straight bar, red bars to hell. If you don't believe that, I can show you when it's happened the last time. I can show you the last time we were in this situation. In a similar situation was almost an exact similar situation was right here. Right here. No, sorry. Right here. November 30th, 2018. We were in the exact same situation. This is a bear rally. Here's another bear rally. And as soon as the calls were just closed, let's say, right, sold, we fucking sold to the depths of hell. Okay, 222.28. If I was doing this on TradingView, I could show you the percentage drop here, but this is fucking massive. Okay, and I can promise you that on December 3rd, that everybody was honky dory in here. So you have to understand that. Okay. And we still haven't actually made it back to this level yet. This is like 460. Okay? So we still haven't even made it to this level to even have this steep self yet. But the key is this about this, okay, is that this was even apparent yesterday in our market. And wait a minute. I'm looking yesterday and the close yesterday, I'm like, I'm going to spend some time and just do some research. Excuse me. And so what I saw yesterday was what I was looking on the options call buying and put buying that went on the past from the 18th until the 22nd. And what I wound up seeing was a shit ton of calls on individual tickers, but no calls on here, we'll look at them right now. I'll bring them up right now. This is a good time to look at them. So I'm going to try to bring up the website for you guys so you guys can see this and what I'm trying to talk to you about. Give me just a second here. we should look at this because this is an important thing to talk about. Okay, even more in depth. Because I'm getting asked, do you still think? Do you still think? And it's not still think. There's never like a still think. It's more of what is the market showing you is the most important thing that you need to know. And so at any point leading up into yesterday, we did not have a call expansion on the indexes. But what we did have yesterday was call expansion, or from the 18th into yesterday was, let me see, I'm looking up. Give me a second here. What we did have yesterday was call expansion on individual tickers, right? And we talked about that earlier in the week. We said specifically in the morning.
It's rolling over a little bit here. The S&P now up less than 1%. NASDAQ still up 1.5%.
And the key point about yesterday, we're going to look at this right now in just a moment here. The key point about yesterday, or we're trying to talk about yesterday, was that we still didn't see index calls. We still didn't see index calls back to VWAP here currently on the SPY. What we still didn't see yesterday was we didn't see index calls. Okay, we saw. And we've been talking about this all week too, right? Hey, we have directed calls on specific tickers. They're picking out specific tickers to buy into April, May, and June, but we're not seeing the call expansion on the SPY, on any index. And we didn't see it yesterday either. Yesterday, if you looked closely at that website I posted, you could see that we had an 800 score on individual tickers, and we only had a 74 score on the indexes, which means that we're bearish on the indexes still. Now, today, and this was in the Spot Gamma report this morning as well, they still emphasized this morning. So I'll bring up the Spot Gamma report from this morning, because there still wasn't puts on or calls on the indexes, or even puts on the indexes, but there was neither. All that was sitting out there right now is in the money, short dated calls, and shit tons of puts that are dated down the road. And so at any moment, at any moment somebody says, we're not long anymore, right? We're not buying anymore, the market could fall steeply. And what is bolstering the market the past day or so is these calls on individual tickers, even though so you're seeing the effect in SPY, but you're not seeing the call buying on the SPY going down the road. Now, this morning we did see that. This morning we did see, if you were tracking oh, wait a minute, I just logged out of hold on here. If you were tracking on, let me get Flow Algo up here for you. Having some problems at getting Flow Algo back up. Log in. Hang tight here. So the key is this, is that the key is that you're not seeing expansion on the indexes. But today on Flow Algo, you saw expansion farther out. You saw SPX calls that are into April. You saw SPX calls into June. And you need to see that bolstering of the market. You also saw another $20 million in SPY puts come into the market, but they weren't as deep. They weren't down at 390, 360, 370. They were at 429 as the deepest. So that starts to bolster the idea that we're not going to head down to 429 and print those. We'll probably end up printing just 440s. So, but yesterday on Twitter,
Government officials saying Ukraine may reduce 2022 spring crop sowing area to 7 million hectares from 15 million initially expected before the Russian invasion.
So the point behind this that's important is that you've seen more or reasonable puts come into the market now. You've seen call expansion on the indexes at this moment. And I'm going to bring this back over here for you to read currently. The point here is right here, okay? I'm highlighting it right now. The point here is that we see gamma flow as offering little influence to markets at current SPX prices. As long as the market holds greater than 440, then vanna or delta hedging impact due to a change in implied volatility is still supplying a bit of support. A bit. If the market does drift higher into 4,500 call wall, then positive gamma in resistance should increase. Therefore, vanna would shift neutral, but gamma would start to act as resistance because you want to see more calls being bought above 450. You want to see 460s and 470s. We saw some of that today in SPX. Now, should the market sell off, we still see little material support below. As described for the past few reports, we see little support because the put hedge destruction over the last week. If traders elect to purchase puts, which adds to dealer negative delta, this could coincide with a spike in IV. Both of these factors would add speed to any drawdown. Speed. We know that the price target down below is 440. So if we're looking here, if we look here where it says speed to any drawdown, they're talking about a swift move down. Before you could even get out if you wanted to. You couldn't even get out, okay? So, and that's the point they're trying to make. Now, up here, they're talking about the vanna model has a little bit less neutrality. Shown below is Friday's model left and then right today. A sharp condensed skew is shown on the left, okay? And then down here, this blue dotted line is what you want to be paying attention to, okay? This type of skew that comes with put-heavy markets as implied IV declines or increases, dealers have a lot of delta hedges to buy, sell back. Today's model right shows a similar but less steep skew to March 18th. Essentially, hedging flows are less impacted by a change in IV. Put positions are still larger than that of calls, but much less so than last week. Therefore, any decline in IV offers some directional dealer hedging. The models shift neutral when the skew is removed, an example being the blue dotted line, right image, and then can shift to resistance with call-heavy markets. The example would be 1216. So let's look at 1216. What happened on 1216? Does anybody remember? That's 1220 right here. Okay. So you have this huge push, right? Or we sell down. We have this huge push up. We have 1 try, 2 tries, 3 tries. And then we have a violent sell-off over here. Okay. It was a nice violent sell-off. So you want to be aware of this. And you can see that it took place inside of an after-hours environment, right? We had a violent sell-down. And so that you're trying to see call expansion in the market. So I'm going to stick with this right now because we're going to go back to this website and look to see what took place today. So we're going to look at this index, this ISEE Sentiment Index. And I was noting this yesterday because the point that I was trying to make to you, and this is important here, okay, is that when you see these spikes here, right, you're looking for, hey, what happened on this spike right here? See that spike? That's December 8th, 2021. Take a look on your own charts and see what happened. And see how violent the move down is off of a spike like that. Look at another example, right? Start on your own, go to this website. It's on that. You just Google search ISEE index. Do Google search ISEE index, right? Look right here and see what happened. Look right here on January 11th and see what happened, right? You want to see the 16th, let's say. Let's look at the 16th of December. And you can see right here, that's December 16th. We just looked at the 16th, right? And you can see the spike right up. It's a melt-up type environment. And then the moment when those calls buying is stopped, right? You'll see today, if this major call buying is stopped, right? We start to trail off. And what is the impact on markets? So on Twitter yesterday, I made a comment. I said, someone said, well, how do you feel about this? And I said, well, I feel that we'll get the melt-up. But I'm scared for what happens afterwards, right? What happens afterwards when all this gamma leaves the market, right? Unless we keep adding gamma to the market. So yesterday and today, let's look at something specific here, okay? If you were to check this out yesterday, right? We were at like 800 over here, 800 on all securities. This right here. Today we're just above 100. Okay? Generally speaking. Now, the all equities only, we're at 158, 156. This is positive. This is bullish. But what we're still not seeing is all indexes and ETFs only. And you're not seeing the 100 over here. You're seeing less than 100. And this infers a bearish sentiment on the indexes as a whole. And so the other concern here, and it's weird because I get asked these questions like, well, these weren't calls that were made. There was huge call buying the past 3 to 4 days in the market. Huge call buying. Huge call buying, believe it or not. Let's look over the past year. Let's look over the past 5 years. And it's just monstrous. And incidentally, the last time it was this huge, right? What do we got here? We've got August 7th, 2018. There's another one to look at. Right? We got another one over here, November 21st. Does anybody know what happened? November 21st, 2018? It was a fucking hellscape. It was a fucking hellscape. This is November 21st, 2018, and what happened? So you're like, well, Cap, you shouldn't be listening, SpotGam is wrong, you shouldn't be listening to them. But the truth is that no matter where we are right now at 450, so we're at 450, and what you want to be doing is saying, okay, I'm looking for call expansion, and I'm looking for puts not to be so far outside the money. And why haven't they closed those puts so far out the money now, right? And we're going to look at November. We're going to look at, in 2018, we're going to look at, what is that date there? November 29th, 2018. So we'll look at November 29th, 2018, and see what happened. We'll go back over there, right? And you say, well, Cap, that can't happen again, right? And, our Cap, this is a, and you can see it right here. Hold on here. I'm on the wrong chart. Wrong place. Wrong place. Looking for that giant fucking move down. Wrong place. Right here. And let's see that last leg, okay? November 18th. Right in here. So basically right in here. Right in this zone right here. You've got this aggressive call buying, and you probably had some more calling buying just past it. Looking on that huge chart, you probably don't see it, but you're seeing this massive spike in call buying, and so you're looking for if you're looking for an answer, you're trying to say, hey, are we in a bull market, or is this just a bull spike, right? A bull rally? Is this a bull rally or a bear rally? That's your question, right? It's a bull rally or a bear rally. And the question becomes, I don't know. And so what SpotGam is trying to tell you is that, we'll put the trend line here, and we're going to also do another one. We'll look at another one over here. And what the key here is that, we've traded with 1, 2, right? Come back up here. And the reality is that this is the level. This 460 up here is similar in level to, do we roll the market over? And that's the question. If we roll this market over, and they're telling you out there, they're saying to you, look, at any moment, this could come up here. It could come up right here. It doesn't matter. It could come right here. It doesn't matter. We're not seeing the bolstering of the markets. And can you survive this move down is the next question. Are you like full balls, tilts, leaps down here? And then another question about being down here. I haven't talked about this much, but the reason I'm going to bring this up to you right now is this, okay? You'll hear sometimes bulls say, well, I just dollar cost average, and that works. The key, though, for you if you're a bull is this. If you bought this here, right, and you don't have any cash to rebuy if we make a move lower, you'll never make this money back, supposedly. If you look back in like 2018, 2015, there's a decade in there where if you bought wrong, you wouldn't actually make any money. And we'll go back and look at those charts, and we'll go back in time and look at those. But there are some actual moments that if you bought the wrong dip, you would be flat. You wouldn't beat inflation over the decade. So where does that leave you as a bull? and especially with the regime that we're in, it leaves you saying to yourself, I need to find out if this is the last bottom, right? Or if I'm just trading to a price point and then waiting for the next one over here to buy, to take that one up, right? And you're going to do this now for the next 1 to 3 years. Like, you're going to have to actually buy dips and sell them to beat inflation, to actually make profit in this market. So just be aware of that as we trade forward, and be aware that SpotGamma is not telling you. You can't look at SpotGamma and say, hey, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, they can get fucked. They're looking at the actual numbers, and the ISEE is telling you the exact same thing. This is agreeing with that statement to an extent, right? What this coming up is going to come back down, and it is not saying, hey, we're going to crash the market, but it is saying, can you handle that? It also says, do you take profit up here and wait for the next dip to buy to go higher? This market's changed, I think, or right now it's changed from you can buy a dip and hold for 5 years. I think this market is one where you have to actively manage your portfolios if you're a bull. Like, you have to buy a bottom and decide what you think the top is. It starts to get from 440 to 460, right? You know what the risk is. Less risk at 440, more risk at 450, and extreme risk at 460. You also have to look and say to yourself, is there any news? Not that it has to be great news, but is there any good news out there for the market to grow? And then you have to think to yourself, hey, how long can companies have good ERs? Probably another 1 to 3 quarters. And you can throw one bad quarter in there because they want to get some garbage news out there, right? So you have to start to think about 1-3 years down the road for where the top is in this market. Jeez, I was just looking to see if I was still in calls. I wasn't sure if I was or not. So just be conscious about that and how that impacts where we are right here. Now, for today, what has changed today versus yesterday is we did see call expansion on this market. We saw call expansion to 460, and we did see some put spot. We saw $20 million in put spot today, but they weren't as deep. They weren't down at 400, 390, 380, 360. They were down. The deepest I saw was 429. So if I see 429, I think that they're not going to want to print those. Well, not think, but the math in the system says they're not going to want to print those 429s unless more people buy them. So my short-term view has changed based upon today's call and put buying to, it looks like there's a new bottom right around 440. If we see more expansion in the coming days, let's say we get down to 440 and I see a bunch of 430s come out and a bunch of 420s come out, we'll then update and say, hey, we're going to be looking at lower numbers. We'll be looking at now 420, right, or 430 or 410 as we move our way down. So these things are fluid day in, day out. So just be conscious of where we are on that. And that IEE, that's from the NASDAQ.
Terry saying that she's tested positive for COVID. They have tested President Biden, and he tested negative.
White House has COVID. So that becomes a question of, do you still think that the market can drop? I think that the answer is not anymore. I think today with the purchase of $20 million in puts on the SPY, if you guys go over real quick to the Discord, I'll bring up the puts that were bought today, and you can look on the SPY puts that were bought today. There was $19.3 million in puts bought on the market. I know I'm rehashing this for some of you out there, but we're up to $20 million in puts bought today. An extensive laundry list of puts. You can see them here, but these puts weren't bought down at 400. They were bought. The deepest that I can see in here of any kind of size was down here. We'll make this a little bit larger here, so you guys can read this. But if you look down below here, right here, you can see puts that were bought for March 25th, March 25, 429p for $8.9 million, and 445p for $437,000. And so what's the implication on this? The implication is that we're not going to trade. They're not going to print 430s unless more people buy 430s. Here's the ones above them too. We've got 520 here as well. So another 8 or another 11 or 10, $12 million. The key though is that they'll probably get those 445s to print right here. Okay, they'll probably get some 448s to print over here, and by them buying puts at 429, it probably puts the bottom of the market now right around 440, unless more put buyers step in. If more put buyers don't step in, I'm going to call bottom of the market as of today 440. So in Discord, you should be able to see this information. I just put it on Discord. And if you track the options flow day in, day out, you can see where the expectations would be. Someone just texted, "Thank you." I don't know what that means. I don't think that's for us. But anyways, so that's what I got for you on. That's what I got for you on. Wait a minute here. On where we are in the markets in terms of can we trade lower to 400? Not from what I see in put buying today. We can't. Without that put buying, if we didn't have that put buying, that $20 million in put spot today, yes, it's still on the table. If we didn't have banks buying SPX with an expanded call range, no, we wouldn't have gotten a 450 today. Now what you're waiting for is you're waiting for call expansion again, right? But at least you're not scared about where we're headed. You're not scared that we're heading lower than 440 unless we see an aggressive put buying regime. I wouldn't be scared about going down here. No, I'd be scared about hitting 440, but definitely not scared of going below 440 unless you see some kind of expansion. So what does that mean? That means that what you will see in the market over the next few days, unless there's continued equity buying or continued or call buying in the market, what you end up seeing is you could see a push up here, right? And then you'll see some consolidation waiting for more call buying. If we don't see call buying, we consolidate down and we'll drift towards 440 until we find some support. And if we find more call buyers down here and they're like, okay, I'll buy some 450s again, we might get up to 445. If they say, okay, I'll buy some 460s, we'll go to 450. Okay? So I hope that helps. So what do you do as a bull right now? I wouldn't be afraid of us going to 400 at this moment at all. I wouldn't be afraid. I would think about taking some profit off the table at some point around this 450. Take your money, and then you're going to be looking for your next leg up with continued equity buying and continued call buying to force. You want to see calls at a minimum of 460 and then even higher, 465, 470 for us to go higher. Now, we can still go higher just buying in the money calls, but just beware that the bottom can fall out at any moment down to 440. So that just the bottom has raised itself up slightly for where we are. Hope that helps. I don't know if it does or doesn't. But go through that NASDAQ site. Go through that NASDAQ site, right? Go through and look for spikes in call buying. Look for the rise that takes place in them. And it's pretty consistent. It's not like it doesn't tell the truth half the time and tells the truth the other half of the time. It tells the truth. Those spikes, right, tell the truth every single time. If you go back in history, you can go back to the last 6 months. You can go back to last year. You can go back to the last 5 years. And you can just look and see where the rises are and where the falls are. And you can see where the spike was yesterday. And you can see that we're rolling over on the call buying today. So you would expect at some point, unless the call buying picks back up, for the market to roll over slightly at some point soon, right? Could be today, could be tomorrow. Myself, I'm still holding puts. I'm still trading calls, but at the same time, I'm holding puts because there should be a rollover here at some point. Well, I don't care if I'm paying for my puts right now by trading calls as well. So it's kind of a mixed bag, right? I add the puts and then I trade the calls to offset the cost of those puts that I'm holding.
So we're seeing a report of an earthquake in Taipei, but no magnitude reported yet.
So we'll look at the one-day chart once more. We're coming into 1:46 in the afternoon. I'm going to take a quick break here for 15 minutes, and we're going to take a quick look at the market. And Hold on here. What I need to do is not do this during. I need to like do a live stream outside of hours so that we can just sit around and you guys can ask me some serious questions and I can answer them more in depth than, this is kind of like a ragtag throwing a an answer together. So he came over here, right? He had a nice bounce, rejection here, consolidation down below. 1, 2, push higher, broke through, right? The support right here, and we're back on this little zone of consolidation here. So we want to see if we're going to start rejecting here and maybe make a leg down to this area here finally. And maybe we'll look for something like this. We'll maybe call it 1, 2. I guess this could be 3. So if you had a tag down below and then move higher, I guess that's a thought process. If this fails right here, if that fails and we trade back down, you could look for one here or even down here for another leg higher. There are going to be some. There's one bearish take on today, and that would be that if bears were to or if bulls were to take profit. And so let's say I guess the bear trade on this would be, well, the bulls are going to at some point start to take, you can see 2 of these and then a trade lower into the bell. So what are you looking for here, right? You're going to look for, maybe if you were a bull, you're going to look for a pickup down here. You're going to look for the bounce down here, maybe wait for this move here. So if you're a bull, wait to get back into somewhere in here, okay? If you're a bear, you could probably take this down and then cut them loose and then look to buy the second rejection, right? 1, 2, rejection, go down. So we'll pay attention to this. If you're super bullish here into the close, let's take a look at...
Follow up on the earthquake in Taiwan, magnitude said to be 6.6.
Let's take a look at if there's support here.
Did see reports of buildings shaking, but no reports of damage yet.
Looks like we've got some, calls are starting to wear off here currently. VWAP is down below at 448.44. Day traders like to play VWAP. Whatever you're using for VWAP, whatever your settings are for VWAP. You've got more sellers currently above. So we will look to see, let me turn this a little bit. Price target above still 450, higher from where we are currently. So we'll see if we can make another leg up. We've got more calls coming in on Para. Bring this back over here. And if you're a bully, 1, 2, 3. I don't like the 4th try. I always like 2, 3 tries. 1, 2, 3. I don't like the 4th try ever. I always like the 1, 2, a go, or 1, 2. And if this 3 is lower, I like that for go. But I don't ever like the 4th. I don't like the 4th try. 1, 2, 3, and 4. This could go up here, but I don't ever like trading the 4th try. So if I miss it, I miss it. If you're locked in calls right now, I would take the money and run up here, of course, if you have the chance. I'm going to be waiting for a dip buy down here, or down here to make one more run up to 450. Because I do think we're going up. I'm bullish here, if you want to know what my stance is. I'm bullish into the bell. I don't think they're going to take their money and run. I think they're going to try to get the 450s to print today before the end of the day. So I think we have a price target above at 449.99, and I think that we get there today. All right, so I'll be right back. I need 15 or 10 minutes. I'm going to go it's my birthday, okay? So So give me just 10 minutes. I'm going to go pour a cocktail. If you guys have a chance, grab a water or coffee, grab a doobie, grab a fatty, grab a bag of yayo, some bottles and models if you're in LA or New York. If you're in the mountains, grab a sheep or something. I'm just kidding. If you're in Europe, put your hard hats on or your bomb shelter helmets on. If you're in South America, get naked and party, because we all know you guys like to party down there. If you're in Miami, I was told you guys have to shut down spring break. You guys are getting too wild in spring break, supposedly. So just give it like 10 minutes. But grab a cocktail, grab a drink, grab whatever it is whatever your vice is. Today's my birthday today, so we're gonna take it a little bit easy. I'll be looking to take some more calls with here and here by 2:00. I'll take another trade with you guys. So I'm gonna be looking for me. I already sold my calls in here, so I'm gonna look for another dip down here. If I miss this, I miss it, but I hope I don't miss it. I hope that I can grab where I'm looking for to buy calls down here. I'm gonna show you. I'm looking to buy them 1, 2, and 3. So this is my targets. Now, if you're already in calls, I would say stay in calls for that move. If you get this move right here, I'm going to change that. That red color is nasty. We'll turn it to green. So if let's clear this. So if you're already still in calls, I would say stay in them. Or if this flips and reverses, you could stay in them and then just add again down here to make your money back. Okay. I'll be right back. 10 minutes. I love all you guys. Thanks for showing up every day. I want you guys to know that I appreciate you being here with me. I hope that this is starting to help. I hope you guys are stoked having Trade the News back on. And I hope you guys are stoked that we've got Flow Algo now running inside of the Discord so that you can have both YouTube and Discord open at the same time. You guys can grab yourself an extra screener or so, expand your screens that you're looking at, and you're able to trade along with me. You're able to listen in to Trade the News. You're able to follow along with Flow Algo. You're able to check in every day, get the interpretation on Spot Gamma, so that if you're ever trading on your own and I'm not here, you're able to interpret on your own what Spot Gamma reports mean. You're able to interpret on your own what Flow Algo means. You're able to interpret on your own what Trade the News means. And, well, you know what we have to start doing? I think we've done a lot of candlestick work recently. We've done a lot of like Flow Algo work, Spot Gamma work. We've done we've done a lot of stuff. I think we have to make a switch right now to, I think we're going to we're going to spend maybe a week or two, right? And we're going to focus, I'm going to add in market profile for you. And we're going to start using market profile together so we can do a crash course like hands-on. So we'll trade the market profile together for a couple weeks, volume profile, charts, and so that you can put all of these tools together and start looking at all of them every day and getting a nice round picture of where we are and where we're headed, and each day. So I think that's step like 15 or something where we are. I know they don't have a lot of videos that I've recorded of training classes, but I think these hands-on active trading is helping. So what I think is we're going to add, you know what we'll do? How about this? This is the deal, okay? This is the deal. We will do a off-market. This is what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to download, if you don't already have it, download, sign up for and download before the weekend. Thinkorswim, and make sure you get the desktop app. Got some calls coming in on Tesla, big money calls coming in currently on Tesla. Also Apple and Hood. Big calls on Hood as well. But I want you to download, even if you don't use Thinkorswim.
Advisor saying that President Biden will join partners in imposing additional sanctions on Russia and tightening the existing ones.
And what you do is sign up for the account. You don't have to fund it if you don't want to. But then once you get approved, then it should take like 2-3 days. Today's Wednesday, or today is Tuesday, right? So what we'll do is on the weekend is I will build for you. We'll build together. I will build you from scratch. We will build together a volume and a market profile script for yourself together live. So you'll open it on your end and you'll watch me on a TV or something. You make sure you have two TVs, like maybe you get your TV going and you get your laptop out. And we will build a market profile script, and we'll build a volume profile script for you, for your personal liking. You can change your own colors and make it however you like it. You can do, we'll go through volume profiles or market profile by date and time and all the intricacies of it, okay? So you can have your own script. You can name it your own script. And just be like, this is Bobby D's market profile, and you can share it with all your friends, and you can tell them how awesome you are and all that. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do this weekend. That's a fucking promise. So sign up to Thinkorswim, and this weekend, Saturday or Sunday, in the morning, what we'll do is we'll get together for like 2 hours. I don't think it'll take longer than 2 hours. Take an hour for both for each, because we'll have to talk about it and stuff. And be ready. Don't fuck around with that Thinkorswim, okay? Just download it. Don't go around and mess around with it. Don't get all fucking weird. All I want you to do is download that program, and then we'll open it together and we'll build. As a matter of fact, why I can do this with you is because it doesn't transfer over from desktop to desktop, so I have to build one anyways. So I'll build one with you guys together, and you'll know the ins and outs of it at that point, right? If you're like, I'm lost, I don't know anything about volume market profile, you'll know the ins and outs of your own script. How's that sound? That sound badass? We'll do it together. Damn it. We'll do it together. Let all your friends know too. Matter of fact, I'll post that on Twitter. That'll be something fucking cool, right? Bunch of crazies out there. You know what I'll try to do too? You know what I'll try to do? I'll try to get, I'll ask, I got a friend who's big into market profile, and I'll see if he'll come on and talk to us at the same time. Maybe he can chat while I'm building it, and I'll just cut in and talk about what we're doing, and then he'll just talk over me. I got a buddy that I can ask. And we'll see if he can step in. Maybe we'll do it like an interview. Because I haven't done any interviews yet. I've just done the one interview with Markets and Mayhem Markets. So we'll try to do. We'll try to set that up for this weekend. It'll be cool as fuck. It'll be super fucking cool as fuck. And he can come in and talk to us about like B shape, P shape profiles, what they mean, little B's, big dick profiles. And we'll get the basics. I'll have some reading material for you as well, so that you can see what you're looking for. We'll talk basics on single print, stuff like that, and structures in the market. Watching calls come in on BAC January 20th, 2023, 50C, $1.1 million. Also noticed XLF calls flowing in earlier. Doing the creepy crawly up on the SPY right now. Doesn't look like I'm going to get my what I want here, right? We should get a nice squeeze, though. We should get a nice giant green bar at some point. Should get some kind of a blast off. You know, it could be here. Could be over here. I always let this looks, but bears will tell you that this is cup and handle. It's going to fail. Looks like a nice, beautiful cup and handle, right? Oh, and in these cup and handles, I'm always looking for this swoop down first. Whoop, and then we move up. We might not get that. I want the cup and hand. I want the swoop. I want the dirt cheap calls. I'll be right back. Give me 10 minutes. It's already, god damn, it's been 10 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes, okay? And I promise. Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, we're gonna set up market profile together. We're gonna do it from scratch. We'll just build one. You'll build your own, so you have your own. It'll be gangster. Yeah, we'll do it. We're gonna build it together. I promise. Okay, I promise, Marcus. We'll build one this weekend together because it'll be cool as fuck. Like I know, because I know a bunch of people out there don't know how to do that shit. So we'll do it together, and we'll talk about values. We'll talk about what you want to keep on and off and all that kind of stuff as well. Okay, and I'll be right back. Give me 10 minutes. I'm gonna pour a cocktail. It's my birthday. What am I doing on my birthday? Right, I'm working. So I'm gonna have a cocktail because I'm working on my birthday. I'll be right back.
National Security Advisor Sullivan saying the U.S. has not seen any provision of military equipment by China to Russia.
Pop it in for a minute. We've got Tesla. Tesla calls. January 19th, 1200C. $9.3 million. Woo! Tesla. Perfect time to buy those calls. Perfect time to buy those calls. Smashing and bashing. Oh, yeah, Tesla. Tesla calls. Now watching XLF puts come in the front door. We had some XLF calls earlier. Now we're seeing XLF puts currently in the market right now. Tesla just squeezing higher at this point. All right, I'm back again. A little bit of resistance above at 969.62, and then again at 973. What we're going to try to do is take a look at some of the resistance where it is currently, okay? So you got Tesla coming up here to 970, right? You can see the resistance here between 970, 975, 980. We have more buyers than sellers right now. The good thing about what we're doing right now, this break above, is that whoever bought those calls is forcing the banks to hedge right here. So this is where you're getting your break above on Tesla. The timing is key. Should find some resistance at 977. So we'll look higher right now.
As daily saying inflation is too high.
Right in here, you should find some resistance.
From San Francisco Fed's daily during
these are where all the trapped buyers are going back to January 26th. All the buyers that are trapped going back to January 26th. More Tesla calls coming in right now. March 25th, 980C, $464,000. We'll stay on Tesla here for just a minute. I know some of you guys are in Tesla and you want to see what Tesla's doing, if it's going to break above or not. More buyers than sellers currently. Hero indicator is very green right now on Tesla. We'll keep an eye on the hero indicator here and see if it stays positive as we move higher to 980. Oh, and I got some old school spiced rum here. So I made myself a sweet cocktail. I typically drink bourbon, but for today,
Financial
for
Times reporting that the Bank of
my
England and
birthday.
ECB are talking with various energy trading
This is good to
firms
see
on
Tesla
market
squeezing on my
strains.
birthday. We're watching Tesla calls come in again. March 25, 1000C, $573,000. Watching more Tesla calls come in. March 25th, 1,000C, $300,000. SPY, or not SPY, but SPX, S&P 500, May 20th, 2022.
That she sees are inflation pressures, which are more than
4775C, $4.5 million. What did we just talk about?
The main risk is
what did we just talk about 20 minutes ago? If you're still tuning in right now, right? I've been on 2 diatribes today. 2 diatribes today. And the second diatribe and the first, I highlighted that for us to get, though the first racks of SPX calls that came in were 460, and that you need to see SPX calls higher than 460. You need to see them at 470 for us to get to 460, and that we're going to look for them in the coming days for us to trade higher. And what do we see that just came in? We saw SPX May 20th, 4775C, $4.5 million. And that leads us to call expansion or trading expansion, leads us to not having a defined area of 450 down to 400 or 440 down to 400. It's now expanding our ability to trade higher from here. So when you see calls like this come in, it's showing you that we now have the ability to trade higher from 450 to 465. Well, actually, let's call it 4675 due to that expansion.
Fed's Daily saying now we have policy supported demand.
And if you haven't seen those calls, they're on the Discord channel. They just came in at 2:12 p.m. It doesn't mean we trade there today, but it does show that we've got a bid in the market that is much higher. Watching more Tesla calls come in right now. March 25th, 980C, $519,000. March 25th, 1020 calls, $245,000 for 1020. And this is what you want to see to move higher. You want to see calls being bought that are outside the money. You want to see them at $1,000. You want to see them at $1,200. You want to see them at $1,100 so that the market makers think we're going there. They have to hedge in case we go there.
In early May, Fed's Daily saying that she's hopeful supply chains will begin to repair.
They need to be able to pay you in case we go there. It's a larger screener. Here's back here. This is 126, January 26th.
That she also expects some fiscal support to fade, aiding
right?
supply.
This is where the last trap buyers were. This was the big fall right here, right back here. Remember early or late January? We've just taken back the entire move down on Tesla. A huge sentiment indicator on the market is Tesla. It used to never be, but it is. Today it is. Past 9 months, I would say. Well, even longer. Last summer. Give it a year, or almost not. Yeah, 9 months. Tesla's now tracking the indexes properly. And it just gave back this entire short. Beautiful move for Tesla. Congratulations, Tesla Bulls.
SPY
now testing
That's daily
449.40.
acknowledging that she shaved a little.
I told you that if you
off her
stayed in
own
your
growth
calls, you'd be
forecast,
printing,
and now
right?
see it at
Looks
about
like you are.
trend.
Looks like you're getting close to printing, or at least gaining back what you had lost if you had stayed in your calls. Told you that I wanted to get that dip, and if I didn't get that dip, I'm going to lose. See, SPY is fighting to hit that 450. Tesla.
Daily saying a trend growth of about 2%.
More Tesla
against
calls coming
all
in
the
right
ongoing
now.
Headwinds is really
April
quite
1st,
remarkable.
1000C, $648,000. Apple calls. These are beautiful. You want to see this right
Daily
here.
saying that she
July
expects
15th,
policy
180C,
adjustment and other factors to bring inflation down.
$275,000 on Apple. You want to see calls that are dated farther out. You want to see them dated farther out and higher than they're trading, more than just inside the money. Calls on SE, April 14th, 145C. High algo score, $266,000, but it is a block trade. Not as important for SE. All of the Tesla calls are sweeps. We know the importance of Tesla going up. A little bit of pullback here on Tesla. Let's look at the glory of Tesla if we can. Let's load an hour of historical data for Tesla so you can see the beauty of it coming up. Oh yeah, baby. There it is. Look at that smash right through. Smashing right through 950. Gorgeous. A gorgeous trade on Tesla.
Fed's daily
Bam,
saying, I don't have
bam,
any
bam.
newfound fear that we've lost the inflation anchor. And she sees well-anchored inflation expectations. Daily acknowledging that she does have a concern that when inflation stays higher for longer, that tugs at the inflation anchor.
It's weird too. This morning I was listening to a morning show this morning, and all they did was shit talk NVIDIA. Just let's have a quick look at NVIDIA, okay? NVIDIA looks like it's going to squeeze here, doesn't it? You see this move higher? So keep track of NVIDIA for power hour here. As we move into power hour, boom, tried to sell it, no. Tried to sell it, no. Tried to sell it, no. 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. NVIDIA tried to dump. Keep your eyes on NVIDIA. Into the bell today. Now, I know you usually give this move back over here. This leg up that we had. They were just shit-talking NVIDIA. This doesn't look weak to me. This looks like...
Daily goes on to say it is time to
they tried to sell it down here. Didn't work, right?
Looking if we need to go
Tried to sell it down again.
Rate.
Didn't work. Tried to sell it down again. Didn't work, right? 1, 2, 3. You got shorts sitting right here saying hell no. If we squeeze up here to this 275, shorts will have to buy and we'll go up, cranking into the close. So keep your eye on NVIDIA as well, okay? It hasn't made its move.
Right now,
its extension yet,
labor market is
right? Because this guy this morning was like, these guys get paid like lots of money. This is like a professional show, and I don't have the tools here to do this. But typically, what they're looking for is this move back down. But in reality, there's a fair chance that you're going to get a move instead that is, I meant here, something like this right here. Off this bell, you could end up getting something like this, 280. Not guaranteed. You see him trying to push it down right now? If the bulls can hang on into this bell and you can squeeze out these shorts right here, there could be a squeeze opportunity into the close on NVIDIA. So watch and keep your eyes on NVIDIA and see if they can push up into this bell. We'll look at NVIDIA right now. The bears are just relentless on NVIDIA. They don't want to see it. Should have been an easy short on NVIDIA, right? Should have been an easy short on NVIDIA. I mean, there are some pissed off people on this morning show that I was listening to. This is a professional one. This isn't a Twitter one either. The bears are just pissed. Nice call structure on NVIDIA. Bears are saying hell no at 274 and 279. And I'll tell you what, clear sky, well, not clear skies, but you know, they don't want to give this up. There's some more sellers. Maybe it does spike up and immediately reverses. Yeah, look, these sellers are just brutal back here. 300, baby. So we'll see if NVIDIA can put a squeeze on into the close. I think that they can. I think that they have a chance. Matter of fact, this is about where it is right here. This is right currently where we are on NVIDIA. See this dip that just took place down here to 267.21? I don't know if you're watching. You'll want to see this get bought right here and see if NVIDIA can squeeze even higher. I don't know if you guys are watching NVIDIA right now. Bring it back over here. See it right down here? These bears, right? When they make tries like this, right? 1 and 2, it could explode higher. So we'll see if they break through. And if they're not able to break through, you're going to see a large move higher. We're going to look for NVIDIA calls to come through. Show you guys NVIDIA again. Keep your eyes on NVIDIA here. Calls on SPY. Google, SPY again. All right. Keep this right here. Bring this back over for you. Remember what I gave to you? I said to you, I'm looking for a buy-in. I said to you, I was looking for a buy-in. What did I say? I think I said 1, 2, right? Or maybe I said 1, 2, and 3, right? So I'm back again. And I'm going to be looking for a buy. Great opportunities today. Boom, boom. Already getting bought back up like it's nothing. We'll look to see if there's a rejection off this white line, this fat white line right here. And if not, we'll hold. Great liquidation break. $36, $8, $20, $8, $16.
Daily noting that she believes the yield on the 10-year Treasury is low for understandable factors, including safe haven buying.
Take another look right now.
Daly saying that she doesn't expect runaway inflation.
Oh yeah, give me that bull pump. No runaway inflation. Is that a bull pump? Did I miss fucking Trade the News? Trade the News is fucking
Daly
awesome.
saying longer-term Treasury yields are reflecting a flight to safety.
I love Trade the News. More Tesla calls. March 25th, 980C, $830,000. Some SPY puts. March 25th, 448P, $334,000. High algo score. Higher algo score than the SPY calls that are coming in right now. Look for a dip. You see the white right here and the yellow and the red? This means more sellers than buyers. You can see some ice down here around 447, 447.50.
Daly emphasizing it is time to start tightening policy in the United
Right
States
down
despite
here.
the uncertainty surrounding Ukraine and COVID.
Right down in here. So cheers to all of you out there. You guys are watching right now. If you guys are trading actively today. Trying to crawl back up on this little piece of support right here. Make this next leg up. Is NVIDIA crashing? Nice bounce on NVIDIA too, right? Off 260. Now 263. Look for rejection above here at 267.47. We'll take a look at Bookmap real quick, see if it gets rejected even lower. See if they're stepping back in. I know the bears are pissed on NVIDIA. Hands down. Hands down they are. They've been talking about it all fucking day long. Like never, NVIDIA specifically has been like the bone to pick for bears. Let this load up. And the reason being that they're pissed off is because of this move right here. See this move right here? They wanted this halfback trade. They wanted this given back. They wanted that given back right here. And they wanted this given back too. Like in a bear's view, they're like, fuck you, I want all that given back. So they're raging pissed. And they've been shorting and shorting and shorting. So you got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 active shorts more than likely on bears, and they are fucking pissed. And this just got back up again too. So they're fucking livid. And there are some sellers in here. I will note that I thought we could squeeze higher here on NVIDIA. The one note would be that you can see the volume of sellers is quite high. There are lots of buyers here too, but you'll see this little capitulation move here. This might have triggered stops too for equity holders, for shareholders. So we'll see how this plays itself out, or if this is actually the top or not. There is a drop-off, steep drop-off in call holders here on NVIDIA. And there goes Tesla right back at it. Tesla's like, fuck you. Blasting through up here, 981.50. I haven't seen calls on Tesla to get us to 1,000. I see calls at 1,000 on Tesla. So if you're a Tesla bull, the only thing I'll tell you is that you want to see 1,100 Cs to get to 1,000. Not seeing those calls up to 1,000, or not seeing like 1,100 Cs, 1,200 Cs. I haven't seen any of those.
One spokesperson saying that Russia would only use nuclear weapons if its very existence were threatened.
So we talked about Uber earlier today, right? When we're talking about Uber.
Yeah, it goes on to say it's hard to sustain the economy when the labor market is so full of churn.
Let's see what's going on with Uber. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, look at that Uber. Oh, Uber. What's Uber doing? Talked about Uber this morning, right? You guys remember talking about Uber? The fuck is Uber doing up there? Well, that consolidation just bounced off 33.48. Woohoo! Let's see what Uber's doing. Talked about Uber this morning.
And the Fed's daily just emphasizing her goal is to create a smooth landing for the economy.
Have a price target over here on Uber still. Looking for 34.90. We're at 34.43. We're close. Let's see if Uber can do it. We're at 33.43. So if they can smash above this level here, there's 34. Looks like the sellers came down to meet at 30. They swooped down. They weren't fucking around, were they? This is really what I want to see right here. $35 on Uber. Smashing and bashing. We'll keep our eyes out for more Tesla calls and see if Tesla can actually get to 1,000. They might squeeze up at the bell. I don't discount them squeezing up to the bell. Looks like some of the sellers are disappearing. There's a lot of work going on right here, right now. A lot of sellers here. There they are right there. You see them? They're just stepping in right now. Looks like some sellers at 1,000 are coming down at this 983, 988, 990. You're going to be wanting to look for more calls to come in, and not at 1,000. You want to see them at like 1,100. You want to see some OTM call buyers. I know that long-term investors hate day traders, but day traders actually get you where you want to be. You want to see day traders buying OTM calls to push your position higher to your price targets. There's a lot of grief out there for day traders. But day traders are the ones buying those 1100, 1200 Cs and actually pushing your ultimate goal of getting to 1,000. SPY regaining its ground down below at 448.93. Talked about buying a dip on SPY earlier. And we'll bring that chart back over. And we talked about coming down here.
Representative Catherine Tai saying the UK and the US see need for smart, substantial trade approach.
Discount calls on SPY today. How many times?
Senate
Twice?
Majority Leader Schumer saying
3
that
times.
an insulin cap price effort does have a good chance of passing.
I love Trade the News. You get the news before anybody else. You get it before it hits fucking Twitter. Kremlin spokesperson. This is we just got a caution. Walter Bloomberg just put something out 2 minutes ago. He said, Kremlin spokesperson Peskov says Russia would only use nuclear weapons if its very existence were threatened. Watching some puts come in right now on the SPY. May 20th, 460p, $10.2 million. This is an interesting statement by the Kremlin, because if the Kremlin's saying that only if their existence is threatened, what does that mean? Does that mean that they want to does that mean they want to fucking pull the gloves off and throw down with the U.S.?
Trade Representative Tai saying the UK and the U.S. are starting an important conversation on trade.
Because I think the U.S. would love to have that fight, to be honest with you. What is Russia's existence? Is this saying that they want to fuck around? Because I think it'd be fucking dope if they fucked around. I would love to go to war with Russia, to be honest with you right now. That's all we've trained for. Our entire doctrine is against Russia, and watching how they fight, dude, that shit would be wrapped up in like fucking 4 weeks. That shit wouldn't last fucking 2 weeks. I guarantee it. That shit would be over. Just the air war alone. We'd smote that shit down. And we have 82nd Airborne's been over there. Rangers are over there right now.
Just note Argentina government saying they've reached a price agreement with certain food companies to reset some food prices to March 10th levels.
So I'm seeing that's kind of wild. Kremlin spokesman Peskov says Russia would only use nuclear weapons if its very existence were threatened. What does that mean? Like, you got to get more information. Does that mean if we fuck your army up and your air force up and
separately,
fucking
according to sources,
all over your Navy?
The US-UK steel trade agreement to be announced today will allow for about 500,000 metric tons of British melted and poured steel into U.S. duty-free on an annual basis.
Oh, yeah. Duty-free. And what does that mean? Because I don't know what that means. Because I figure if you decimated, if the U.S. stepped in and fucked up their Air Force, Navy, Army, you know what would happen? The truth is, you probably would threaten their existence, because that would open the fucking door for China to fucking go in there. China wouldn't give two shits. As a matter of fact, China would love to see us destroy Russia, because the enemy of my enemy and the friend of my, the enemy of my enemy is a friend of my friend. Or is my friend, right? That's what China would love to see all day long. As a matter of fact, India, Turkey, Pakistan, they'd all love that shit too. Because Russia would be taken out of the picture, and it would leave China as the only other superpower. What you really want is fucking, and you don't want Putin taken out. I keep seeing everyone saying that the oligarchs want to kill Putin, but you really don't want that to happen. What you really want is a revolution from their people. You want the oligarchs taken out of power. You want real freedom put in, not, even if it's their form of freedom, but you don't want corrupted freedom. I know that was corruption in the U.S. too, but not this kind, not the mafia style. We want to get rid of the mafia-style corruption in Russia. And what you do is remove all the oligarchs and Putin. And our CIA has done that in many countries. You really need that grassroots movement so that they can elect whatever system that they want. As long as it's not extremist on either the oligarchs or the extremists of capitalism. And then, of course, you don't want, a North Korean-style communism either. You want these people to be a part of the world economy, world society. all that stuff, right? How do you get that to happen? The scary part, the real scary part is if they get rid of Putin and they just put in another fucking oligarch. So everything on the outside looks real, but it's not, because you'll wind up here again someday because they had they've stolen so much from that country. Progressed that country's lost. So since when they had the fall of Berlin Wall and then they had the fall of USSR, they went down this path that led to where they're at right now. Had they done what most of the Eastern Bloc countries had done, they'd be much better off than they are right now. And you can see it even in Ukraine. Ukraine's like, fuck this. I want to live this life, not the life that you want. Just heads up, we've got more, or I don't know if I told you about this. We got SPY puts that came in at 239. May 20th, 460p, $10.2 million. It's nice to see those in the money, though, or slightly higher. And not down at fucking 400. If you guys recall, if any of you guys are listening to me right now, if you guys remember when we started selling off.
President saying there are no major incidents reported after the earthquake earlier today.
If you guys recall when we started selling off in early January, and I remember that I was having a conversation where I said, you know, it's one thing to have puts that are in the money, and it's a whole nother fucking thing to see puts rolling in that are weighed the fuck down at like, you know, 420. I think at that time it was 420s and 440s and shit like that. And we were high still. We were still like 480. And it was like, you don't want to see calls or puts way down there. When you start seeing puts up here, 460, 520, May 20th, 460p, that's a better sign. It's a healthier sign than seeing deep outside the money puts. Nice little pump back on NVIDIA here. We'll see if they can close it out strong or not. If they don't close this out strong, I am a little wary on the market going into tomorrow for maybe a red day. We'll take a look at Tesla. We might have a red day coming at us tomorrow. Not being able to get higher than this 984. It'd be nice to see a squeeze into the bell. Nice to see a squeeze up to 1,000, then a red day tomorrow. I can't predict what happens from here into the close. This can always, this is like pure gambling here, and the reason being is that you get two things that can happen. You can get a squeeze higher, squeeze the shorts out for every last penny, or you start to get some profit taking at some point. The one thing I will give the bulls is the consolidation that's taking place all day long. This is a good, ripe consolidation for this one last move higher. Does that work? Maybe we can get we can get just slightly bigger balls heading into the close here. Call that the inverse upside down cock and balls formation. So here, I'll do it one more time. Wait a minute. We'll do it this way. That's what the Bears are like. Reset it already. Hold on, let me see. See, if you look right here at this point right here, and this is how it kind of goes right here. It's kind of getting limp. Don't want it to get limp. We need it. We need it to go up here.
We have a lot of inflation, and it's a hard thing
into the close.
Sentiment overall.
That's what the Bulls want. All right, I'll stop. I'll stop. I promise. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting any sponsors this way, am I? You know, they're like, YouTube's like, we want to review all of your video. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if you can review my videos. I don't know if you can see the cock and ball formation on my videos. It's a legitimate formation. It's a legitimate formation on Spy right now. The old limp dick pattern on the 1 minute. Oh shit. Too funny. Manscape. Oh shit, Zach. Just be conscious right here. Okay, we're talking about maybe the market squeezing up into the close. Just be conscious that we have SPY puts coming in right now. We've got some March 25th 440 CRPs. March 25th 440p, $153,000, $115,000. Probably going to see a move by bears to try to buy this as a top. Check on Twitter and see if you see any bears out there. The Fed's daily says that we have a lot of inflation. That's a hard thing for sentiment. You know it's weird. You don't really need. Well, there's two things you got to think about, right? You don't really need good news. You just don't need any bad news. We haven't had any bad news for the market to go up, and that's what we've had. We haven't had any good news. We haven't had any bad news either. Daily is saying we have a lot of inflation. That's a hard thing for sentiment. I don't know about that. I disagree with that to an extent. The one thing that bulls should be scared about, if you want to be scared about something as a bull, you know the one thing that can scare a fucking bull that nobody's been talking about? Especially, we haven't heard any of I don't know. I haven't been on Twitter today either, so I don't know what Twitter's saying here. Tesla's like, Tesla's like, I want 1,000. Damn it. Tesla's like, give it to me now. I love Tesla. I love Tesla bulls too. But you know what the one thing is that no one's talking about? They've got Fed speakers the rest of this week. And it does bring it like it scratched at the back of my ass yesterday. I was like, this would be easy for them to have all these speakers come out this week. And then all you need is the market to be on a high. And all they have to say is, we're going to do an emergency Fed meeting and raise rates in an emergency meeting. And they've done that in the past, right? So imagine that. Like if they did that shit, like you're just fucking cranking along, plugging along, hit 450, hit 460, and then the Fed just drops the hammer and goes, well, we're announcing an emergency Fed meeting. We're going to slap 50 BPS right now. That shit would send the market into a fucking death spiral. I don't think it's going to happen, but you want to scare a fucking bull, that's what you tell him. What's your birthday wish for the market, Captain? Good question, Will. Yeah, we have Jerome tomorrow, right? We had Bear Jerome a couple days ago. Ooh, yeah. You'll get somewhat bearish if ES hits under 44.77. I won't. I see us going to 440. I think 440 is easy. I think 440 is easy to tag. I wouldn't get bearish unless we let me look real quick. I wouldn't get bearish unless we broke Yeah, 440 is looking like it needs. I would be fine. I'd be comfortable buying a dip at 440. I would. I'd feel good buying a dip at 440. I wouldn't feel good buying a dip under 440. Yesterday, the day before, I felt good buying a dip at 435. It's raised now to 440. So I would feel confident there. If we broke below 440, I'd be like, shit, we're fucked. But right around 440 right now is my buy the fucking dip. Buy the dip at easy. Like I could easily buy a dip at like 443, 444, easy. And that's just trading back to the previous low. I think that's super easy to buy. Some below 440 would be bearish to me, like market bearish. What do I want the market to do? I want us to print higher into the close. I want it to go as high as possible into the bell today. So that's if you want to know what I want for the rest of the day. The world's biggest hotel with 10,000 rooms now under development. Saudi Arabia just saying. Bearish under 300. First Squawk just tweeted U.S. National Security Advisor says U.S. will discuss potential use of nuclear weapons with allies and partners. Yeah, they should. Because there's a... Dude, Doug. Bro, thank you, Doug. Thanks for tipping me for my birthday, bro. Thanks for helping me understand the market better, Cap. Right on. One day at a time. Thanks for tipping me. I appreciate it, bro. Hells yes. It's my birthday today. I'm an Aries. Gabron, we talked about you. Thank you very much. New trader, thanks for helping assist us through the market. Hell yeah. Hells yes. They should, because that's the conversation we were just having, right? The conversation we were just having is that back up to 449. See if we can tag 450 in the bell. What do I want to see happen? I'll show you right now what I want to see happen. I want to see something like this. Hold on. I want to see this into the bell. Okay. That's what I want to see into the bell. Just one last ripper high. Get this nice little consolidation down here. And if we can swoop it up, even if it takes into this moment over here, we can get up into this 452.76 zone of some kind. Now, I don't know if we're getting here because he's like a turtle. He's got like a turtle back. It's a handsome little turtle guy. Little smiley face. He looks good. He's got like little feet down here. And he's leaving behind all this, this is his tail over here. The shell. I guess his shell maybe his shell's terrible looking shell, isn't it? Terrible shell. There he goes. He's looking a lot better here. He's looking healthier. He's got a little gizzard over here. He just wants to get here. If he can just get here, he's gonna be a happy little fella. So don't be thinking nasty thoughts out there either, okay? So I want to see that move up higher. The only problem that we have is if people start to take profit heading into the bell. This has been a great run, by the way. We'll see if we move up. A nice dip buy down here. Nice way to print. If you're just joining us, so back on that real quick. If you're just joining us, please like and subscribe to these videos. It is expensive to run these broadcasts. I'm here with you guys every day. Try to be here with you guys every day. It costs, the internet's expensive, and then the services are expensive. The equipment and the hardware is expensive. If you guys want to see these broadcasts stay on the air over time, I can't do it forever and ever. I might end up having I might just switch to some sponsors at some point, so I can pay for all this stuff. But even if you're not making any money and you're broke trader or whatever, just the like and subscribe helps. There's no requirement here. This is a free sub. The Discord is free. Everything is free around here, so there's no requirement for you to ever make a donation. But if you can, check out @CaptainZalfa. There's a pinned tweet there to donate. There's a donate button usually. I don't know if there is on this one here, but there's usually a donate button down in the description of the YouTube video to help to support the channel. It does cost me somewhere around $15,000 to $20,000 a year to provide this service to you. That doesn't include any of the other due diligence or information that we put out for you. So it's not exactly cheap either. Another note, too, programming note, is that this Saturday or Sunday we're going to build together market and volume profile scripts for Thinkorswim. So if you're just tuning in right now, and you don't trade on Thinkorswim, or even if you do and have it already, what we're going to do is we're going to build from ground up. We're going to work on the next couple of weeks. We're going to start trading against market and volume profile and adding that into our regular daily thing. We've looked at it in the past every morning before we start the day. We haven't focused on it as a trading tool. And so we're going to build scripts, your own script that you can then give to your friends and say, hey, this is my script and I'm a badass. And this weekend we're going to build a market volume profile script for yourself. Like this is yours. You can build it to your specifications, and we'll start trading off. We're going to actually trade off that instead of just reviewing it in the morning. We'll trade off it for 1, 2, 3 weeks until you get confident and comfortable trading it, and then you can have that in your toolkit and use it every day. Watching lots of SPY calls come into the end right now, by the way. March 23rd, 450 Cs, $157,000. March 23rd, 450 Cs, 168,000, 66,000. March 23rd, 450 C, $151,000. Boom. April 14th, 4550 SPX, $2.4 million, baby. Heading into the bell. Let's see if we can get this squeeze up. Those calls were down as low as like, I think $1.26 or something. And then on the high, they were at like 165, 170. So there is a little bit of money to be made in here. So for 0 dates or 1 dates.
From the U.S. Trade Representative Tai saying U.S.-UK trade dialogues will be particular to their economies and one size does not fit all. 1 hour now, 1 hour to the U.S. cash close, heading through the close of pit trading in bond markets. The 10-year yield at 2.37%. The 2-year 2.15%. So we've seen some steepening there in the 210 spread as the day progressed from where we were in the U.S. pre-market when the 2-year yield was north of 2.2%.
So I appreciate all of you supporting the channel, supporting the Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord, or if you're not following at Captain's Alpha, it's where I post these videos. I don't post them publicly on my regular Twitter handle normally. So if you're not or if you're just finding us or whatever, like, subscribe, follow us on at Captain's Alpha. Join us in the Discord. Kick-ass group of traders in there. All positive people trying to help each other out. Unlike a lot of, I've been a member of trading rooms on Discord where people are just assholes. They don't want to describe anything to you. They're cryptic. We try not to be cryptic here. We try to explain where we think it's going, where it's not going to go. If we make a bad call, to take the opposite trade and take it to where it's going to go. So keep following along. It's 3:01 in the afternoon on Tuesday. It's been an exciting past week and a half in the market. Not going to lie, no doubt. Bears just getting squeezed out of all their positions market wide at this point. Just a wrecking ball. Bears giving back any kind of gains that they've made. You can see it in Tesla right now. We've just looked at Tesla, and I got to tell you, I mean, this is an amazing thing, right? If you're a Tesla bear out there, right, Tesla just gave back. It's trading at $991 right now, trying to close in on 1,000, right? On 1,000. I mean, let's look at Tesla over the past month real quick, right? Hello, ladies. I mean, just look at this. Smashing and grabbing, breaking above the last high back here on January 26th, right? Have exhausted all of the sellers. Price target above. If you can hold this, next stop, 1115.60 on Tesla. Congratulations, Tesla bulls.
Actually, the finance minister there saying they intend to propose a minimum wage increase by April.
You know that you're going to have some resistance at 1,000 just for the psychology part of it. But I'll tell you what, all of this given back, all of it given back in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. That took how long? January 20th. So no, I shouldn't say that. Fuck the Bears for a moment. All right? This is outstanding to see. Outstanding to see a recovery in 7 trading sessions. I mean, this was brutality heading down here. We know this, right? So if you were a diamond hander that bought down here, diamond hander that bought down here, congratulations. Congratulations. Can't say that any other way. Congrats to the Tesla bulls. Moving on up to 1,000 up here. Moving on up to the top. Moving on up. Look at that shit. Banging to 1,000 on Tesla. Tesla bulls just stepping it up. Gotta look at SPY here. Come on, SPY, baby. Give me $449.99. $449.99. Come on, Spy, you can do it. Give me that end of the day push to the end. 450C is now up to $1.74. They were down to $1.36 or $1.32 at one point for brief moments earlier. Uber. I don't know. Uber tagged that 33.48. A little bit of consolidation of the bell. Let's see if they can do this last push up into the bell here. I don't know. I'm looking. I'm watching. I don't know if Uber can has it in them to go to 35. I want to see that 35 right into the bell. Lots of resistance there. Tesla's done it. NVIDIA with a recovery. If you're able to grab one of these dips down here, you're not doing too bad. I don't like that NVIDIA hasn't made the trip higher either. Seeing some weakness in some other tickers. Look at Tesla. Booyah. Pimp slapping on Tesla. $9.95 on Tesla. Banging moves out of Tesla. Come on, Spy. You can do it. You can do it, Spy. All right. Bill, great live stream. Helped me learn. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate it very much. Frockenstein, happy birthday. Thanks, brother. Hope you guys are having a great day. Dr. Blood Fist Uppercut. Right on. I love that name, by the way. And he just tipped. Ate Shimon, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate all the subscribes. If you're just joining us for the first time, please subscribe. You don't even have to like the video. Just subscribe. Set the alerts so that you catch me every morning. And we'll try to help you guys make money every single day. You know, even if you're trading against me, you don't have to trade with me. The cool part is to just have somebody there that you can hear talking about trading with you, right? If you're trying to take a trade, you just want to hear another voice in the room with you. It's not your, your roommate or your buddy or your friend that doesn't even know what they're doing or doesn't even trade, right? You don't have nobody to talk to out there. If you've got no friends out there, I'll be here with you I'm trying to be here with you every single day when I can be, so we can trade together. Got SPY moving up currently right now. Looking a little bit weak right now. I want to see this. You see these trap bulls up in here have to buy for this last little push higher. So I want to see these bulls be able to push this up. We've got 6 minutes into the hour. It's only been 5 minutes. Wild. Feels like it's been like 15 minutes already. Note if you were a bull out there that Para, P-A-R-A, Papa, Alpha, Romeo, Alpha, right? Para has some puts put on it, a golden ticket, May 20th, 40p. Pissed off bears, $1.6 million. Watching more calls come in on Tesla, March 25th, 1,025, trying to ring that bell at 1,000. Also have calls on shit stocks, BBBY, Space, SoFi. I like these stocks too. I don't dislike them. I'm just saying these are shit stocks. Space, I got told recently that Space is never coming back. I bitched about that on Twitter. Someone said, they ain't never coming back. I doubt that. Went into a long diatribe about Space and how you should pick it up and buy it and own it. It's had no good news for a long time now. And Space tends to rip to higher highs on some upcoming news, right? They have this, that always happens with Space. If any of you guys have ever traded Space, it shits the bed and then it comes right back. Unexpected news coming down the road. Like, of course it's bullshit news, but Space, baby. SoFi has more calls coming in on May 20th. 15C, $12,000. XBI, January 20th, 2023, $99. I know some of you guys are big-time biotech buyers. $800,000 on XBI. I'd like to buy a rip into the bell, to be honest with you. I'm going to have to throw a couple grand at some 0 dates here, or 1 dates. See if we can get a squeeze into the bell. So I'm going to be looking at here. See if I can buy one more squeezer into the bell here. I can grab one dip down here, like 448.81 or so. And get down here, I'll grab one more dip. We'll throw some shit tickets at it and see if we can get there. So you make that one last tag up there and hit 450. Just ring the bell. Just squeeze the last bear out. Thanks, Dan Brislin. I appreciate it, brother. Thanks for saying happy birthday. I appreciate it. Squeeze it on up. Squeeze it on up. Put the paint on. I guarantee you're going to hear a bear say, I'm closing my puts right now if we hit 450. Guarantee it. Just squeeze them all out, every last one of them. NEC, they talked about the on Russian cybersecurity threat, says have not seen any evidence of wide-scale or very targeted efforts by U.S. firms. I had some problems logging in this morning. I'm not going to lie. Watching some baller just bought a moment ago QQQ's March 23rd 357C for $250,000. Just slapped some money down. I'm closing my puts. I don't see the turtle anymore. Closing my calls. I'm adding at 450. Definitely at 455. Let's see here. We can get a nice bounce off VWAP. Watching someone else just went out there and threw $113,000 in IWM 323-207Cs. Just throwing shit tickets out there. Here's my money. Buy some more. AMD, April 1st, 120C, $108,000. So we'll see what's going on here. I'll read some of your comments. Oh, thanks, Joey. I appreciate that. Oh, you guys are all awesome out there. Thanks for supporting me. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the support out there. Dude, one day at a time. I love your disco bear thing. That's cool, bro. The greasy old white guy is up there at 462. Yeah, keep your eye on that on that ISEE score. Good eyes out there. It should be rising. The calls are relentless into the market right now, and they're here. These calls are bolstering the market. Yeah, that this isn't gonna. We're not going to sell off at this point with the call expansion, and even the put expansion is not as low as 400. So I'm not seeing it right now. So we'll see if we get this. We'll see if we get this rip higher. We'll see if we can get this tag on 450. We'll look close here and see if it's going to rip higher. Looking for a blast off to new highs. Nice face ripper into the bell. See if I can grab some calls here and take this into the bell. See if I can get a fill on them. And see the squeeze that's taking place here. Push it, push it, push it, push it. SPY just tagged 449.64. Tesla at 995.30. 996 on Tesla, pushing up into the bell. Woohoo, baby! Get on up there, 449.80. Get on up there, 449.84 in the SPY. Tesla, getting up there, Tesla. Get up to 1,000. Just tagged 449.84. Just squeezing them. Squeezing them. Just blast off into the close. SPX calls right now. March 23rd, 4505. $603,000. Calls on Ford, AMD, IWM, QQQs. Do you call that close enough in horseshoes and hand grenades? I don't know. I don't know. I just want to see that. Just want to see that kiss. 14 more cents. Great trading day today. Multiple setups here. Multiple setups. Looks like they actually did grab. It's not showing it on the chart, but up in here, you see these sellers slipping down? See where my cursor is right here? Some sellers slipping down, trying to grab some of that liquidity. See if we can tag that 450. Currently only 316. It's only been 15 minutes, and we've seen the SPY just rip and rip and rip. Tesla down a little bit at 994.05. Para got turned around at 38.49. Paramount. So just keep your eyes open on Paramount. They're looking to push it down. They don't want to see any more squeezes on Paramount. But remember that chart that I showed you earlier, where to buy Paramount. I'll bring it back over here, and you can see places to buy it. Set some alerts. You could even set one right in here. I didn't put this one in. You definitely want to set one down in here somewhere. Maybe right here, set another one. 2 alerts here and here on Paramount.
Less than 45 minutes to the close. The S&P minis are pushing back towards session highs above 45.05. The cash market approaching 45.15. The Dow up 255 points.
Pretty simple, right? Yeah, there's some angry bears in here for sure. They're pissed off. Look at them. They're all stinky pants. 449.40 though. Sellers, our buyers are saying, "Fuck no, we're not done yet." Look at these. Look at these buyers down here. Haven't seen that kind of a bounce in some time. We'll see what happens here on the SPY. Buyers stepping in back here at 449.40. One small set of SPY puts came in March 23rd, 4:45 p, $87,000. See if the bulls can hold on to it, if we can get that strike above. Somebody should get JPM's phone number, like the actual corporate offices in New York, and just say, call them up and say, have you closed your collar yet? I saw someone just text that. Quick liquidity dump on the SPY. See if this holds or not. Puts are gone on on Friday. There were some puts out there at 440. They're still there, but not in the quantity that they once were. There's now calls on 450Cs for Friday, 54,000 of them. I'd like to see them farther back, maybe like. One thing you have to see is that once these calls print, they're in the money. They tend not to put them further into the money. Watching this rollover in the SPY real quick happening. Starting to break through this support right here. Very early still. We still have another 40 minutes left or 39 minutes left of the trading session. We'll see if the bulls can put it together right now or if this is the big sell that the bears are looking for. Take a look at the hero indicator. That big giant push up right here. Bam. Starting to level out slightly. I was gonna get out of here early today for my birthday, and then I was gonna get out of here early today because I wanted to install I've got a bunch of new indicators for Bookmap, but it doesn't look like that's gonna happen, does it? I think Brad yesterday said that I should don't come into work tomorrow, not today. So maybe tomorrow I'll take off at least the morning once more, and I'll load up the hero indicators, and I'll be on late in the morning. That way I can introduce if I don't get drunk tonight, if I don't get laid or lucky or anything. I don't know if I'm going to get laid or lucky tonight. You never know what's on the menu. But if I get laid tonight, and if I'm able to get drunk and get laid, I might not come into work tomorrow. But if I don't get laid and I don't get drunk, I'll try to get here early tomorrow, and we'll try to put on a class on Bookmap and how to read the indicators and the new indicators that we're adding and all that kind of stuff. Some selling right now, some brisk selling in the SPY. Looks like some profit taking is going on. Tesla's now down to 988. Look to see if this can hold here, and also look down below to see if this is another buy zone. 1, 2, and we'll see if we can get one more buy for the end of the day here. So there we had a weak day today in steel, in U.S. steel. There's a new agreement, they talked about it earlier, that allows about 500,000 metric tons of British melted and pured steel into the U.S. duty-free annually. It sounds like a drop in the bucket like oil. 500,000 metric tons is not a lot of steel. That might be like one warship. Will require annual audits of British Steel due to its ownership by China's Jingye Group. So it looks like it involves China as well. It does impact X, NU, NUE, and then STLD, EWU, SLX, and TradeX. But you might want to look at a short on U.S. Steel on X specifically. You might be able to get a good short off that. Looks like it was shorted down today off a rip that's been taking place over some time. But you might on a high, you might be able to get a good short off that. SPY just fighting its way back now. Had a nice little bounce off of this line of support down below here. Got higher high, lower high, higher high. See if it reverses here or not. If we can get another plug or push up. If not, we don't want to see the reversal here. We don't want to see this turn over here. There isn't much sitting down below it. I don't know if you can grab that VWAP this late in the day. 447 is this is all volatility, all support here at 447. 445, 444. This is good volatility all the way down here to 441. I said 440. I think I mean 441. 441 is where I'd buy the fucking dip. Yeah, 441. I'd be buying the dip. There's some nice support here at 445. And then good support here. There's a lot of support here. You'd have to see sellers enter the market fierce. Sellers starting to step in on Tesla as well. Light support down at 980. VWAP at 970. Looks like you're looking for 950. Not that we're going to go there. I know that bulls are like we're getting over 1,000, but if we do have a weakness in the stock, look for 950 as a place to buy a dip. Here indicator still very positive. More buyers on Tesla into the bell here. Yeah, the JPM caller has a strike of 45.10. It's 45.10. That's where their collar is. Initiate the code word fierce. Close Tesla calls. Brian approval record low. Just think to those are the doctor numbers like Trump polling numbers for his presidential run. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, it's it's weird about the whole like Biden thing. I don't care what president would be. I don't think that's my thing on. I think that the market's trade, or people are like, you can't trade the market higher with bonds. in the credit market, what it's showing a recession, and I'm like, oh, I don't think it matters what the I don't think it matters who the president is. I think they're going to do everything that they possibly can not to allow a recession until after their election, their reelection. So, no matter, I think that's part of the reaction to. I think when J-Pow was speaking the other day, it's I think behind the scenes that the banks know that they're going to let it run hot until after that election, on some kind of a backroom promise that they'll fight inflation once he's reelected. Now, do they think they fight inflation once they're reelected? I don't know. I guess maybe. I think they tend to blow it up. I don't have any faith really in the markets. My favorite part though that I heard yesterday was the market will price it in. I'm like, that's fucking horseshit. That's fucking utter horseshit. It's all about fucking bringing it up and dropping it down and making money. They'll beat it till it dies. And I think as long as they have the tacit agreement of the president, which I think that they do, I think they would have the tacit agreement from any president. And I'll tell you what. In the next presidential election, right, no matter where we are, no matter where the fuck the economy is, I guarantee you that whoever's running against the president is going to say that they're going to remove the rates off the system and they're going to try to pump this shit up again. That's going to be one of the promises. Which is kind of gross. Now I don't know if they get elected for that, or what the poor people do, and if they actually come out and vote or not. They always claim they're going to come out and vote, but they don't. That's the sad fact. And they'll scream on social media, but they don't actually vote. Especially when it counts. So I don't know what happens with the economy, but it seems like they've blown off J-Pow's statement, right? That they're going to get serious on tamping down inflation. I think somewhere there's a backroom deal where they're not going to, where they're going to try to they're not going to try to hammer it down. They're just going to try to slow its rate of growth over the next 2 years until the next presidential election. Calls coming in on Tesla once again. Tesla, March 25th, 1050C, $525,000. Apple calls, March 25th, 172.5C, $36,000. Some small bids, some small day traders. SPY calls, 450C, $83,000. Just day traders trying to buy dips and sell rips here into the bell and not get caught on the wrong side of this trade as we head into the bell.
More from the New Zealand finance minister saying RBNZ response will put pressure on business.
Let's see it down here. Yeah, this is where I didn't want to see that reversal right down here. I want to see a nice push up higher. 1, 2, push higher. We can talk about rates. Probably not appropriate today, but we'll spend some time on the tails too. We'll talk about the 10s and 2s, the 1200s. Right? We'll talk about the tech 1200s. Talk about the 3s and the 30s. We'll talk about TLT. We'll talk about why the market can go up. We'll talk about why they can run this market into the ground as it goes up. We'll talk about how people can get poor, yet the market can succeed. We did see an expansion of calls today. So whatever weakness that we see here, I'm not as bearish with the expansion of calls and how in the money the puts are. So just as closing the market out here, it's 3:33 with half an hour left. This is what I will tell you is that there is call expansion now to 470. and there is call expansion to 460, so that leaves some room to run higher. You should be expecting yesterday, today, tomorrow, at some point this week, you should see some weakness in the market, some rollover to lows. I don't see right now the door wide open to 4,000 due to the puts that were bought. So they're so high. Right now they're at 430. So I would see weakness down to 440 currently, and look for a move higher at this point. Look towards 460 for the market to trade to. It could take some time if we have a volatility crush. This discludes two other news events. It discludes positive and negative news. Positive and negative news could include Ukraine. Then on both sides, positive or negative news could include an emergency Fed rate hike. Negative news could include it's just something that's unforeseen. So we trade this day by day, and we look for which way the market's going based upon large events and sentiment. So if you're a bull and you want to take some profit, you would be looking for some weakness down to 445 and possibly even 440. It's not off the table to look for weakness there. If you just look at a 5-day, no reason why you can't trade back down here to 440 and make another move higher. No reason why we can't trade down to 445 or 443, 440 in this zone right here. Actually, I'm not showing you this right now, am I? So there's no reason why we can't trade down here. If you're a bull and you're like, hey, I want to reposition myself, you can always look for a dip buy here. You can always look for a dip buy down here somewhere. And the buy the fucking dip is down here at 440 for the next run up. If you're looking for where we should ultimately go right now from the expansion and calls in the market, unless everybody starts selling out, would probably be somewhere around, it might take some time, but somewhere around this large resistance up here. This is at that 460, 458 number we talked about earlier today. You're going to look for some selling as we get up here, some resistance. Just note that banks are short up here. If we are able to break above 460, you would see some big squeezes happen there. Not so much in here, but you'll see big squeezes above 460. That's down the road, I guess, if we continue higher. If we do start to sell the market down, I'm not seeing. So right now you've got a bunch of puts being bought down here at 429. So I don't think they can get through to 450 unless you start to add or waterfall puts. That would then waterfall puts down to 420. That would then staircase us back down again. The risk that we had in the market this past 7 to 10 days in terms of sell down to 4,000 is receding, believe it or not, as we have had call expansion enter the market, and we've had some put expansion that is slightly higher than 4,000. We haven't seen that in the ETFs. We have seen it in stocks, but not until today did we see some bolstering of the ETFs. Today we saw it. Finally, it's taken some time, right? We haven't seen that even since March 15th. We haven't seen anything that's outside of the money or farther than 0 to 3 days out. Just note some market internals. The New York Stock Exchange volume is 522 million shares, 1% above its 3-month average. Advancers led decliners 1.5 to 1. That is to be expected. Yesterday it was like 8 to 1, right? Today it's 1.5 to 1. NASDAQ volume 4.26 billion shares, 13% above its 3-month average. Huge moves in NASDAQ today. Advancers led decliners 2.3 to 1. The VIX index was down 2% at 2310. Worth taking a note at that 23. It looks like it doesn't want to break below 2270. It is basing right now. It's been basing since, to be honest with you, since 9:30 this morning. So to see some weakness come into play, or to see us trade lower for us to get higher, we're going to need to see some changes in market internals as we move forward in the week. Yeah, I think on the election stuff, you guys got to remember that they're going to use the playbook of not following Jimmy Carter, because I think you look at Jimmy Carter and just a note here, seeing some puts on ARC F, July 15th, 30p, $1.9 million. Just remember that I don't think any president that's running for president is going to want to ever follow the playbook of Jimmy Carter and Volcker. It's not that you don't bring a Volcker in. It's that you don't want to do it before your first term's over, right? There's no president, no party that wants to do that stuff until after they win their second election. Or even if they step down, secure the election for their heir apparent that they're going to back. They just don't want to do it. And it doesn't matter what party you are. So more than likely, they're going to try to time this so that it takes place at the minimum after the Senate, and then of course the big one would be the presidential reelection, and that puts you right into 2024. So the task before the Fed, probably behind a closed door, is, hey, don't fuck up the economy, or don't put us into a recession until November 2024. That's what they're probably saying. If I was to guess, behind closed doors, hey, you get as much access as you want, and you can do whatever you want because we know you're bros with everybody else in the finance world. Just don't fucking burn the economy down or the market down until after the election. Then you probably have other backdoor deals where you get some other contenders saying, hey, look, burn it down, and we'll put you or your buddies in power for the next 8 years, right? So you have that other side of the argument too. But it does look like that's what they're trying to do. It does look like that they're trying to manipulate the economy and manipulate the stock market until some unknown dates. I'm assuming it's elections of some kind. Someone noted Biden's approval rating drops to a new low of 40% earlier, and now Walter Bloomberg was mentioning it. So Biden's approval ratings drops to a new low of 40%, and that's the conundrum for Biden, right? Does Biden help out the poor people, but yet lose the election? Because the truth is, behind closed doors, it always comes down to taxes. It always comes down to where the economy is and where the market is, believe it or not. It has to do with not just the price of a loaf of bread or gas, but it comes down to people's pensions and their 401ks and all that kind of stuff. It's weird. When you get into a voting booth and you actually own shit, I promise you, if you own shit, right? I'm telling you, if you own shit, you don't always vote this way 100%, but you think to yourself, like, I want free health care, but I don't want to pay more taxes for it. Right? I want free college, but I don't want to pay more taxes for it. So you're always looking for that balance if you can find it as a voter. And if you don't find it as a voter, and the bottom line is you're going to get fucked, or your pension's getting burned to the ground, you tend to react with a vote that way. And people that have things to lose, like their house, their cars, their pensions, they vote. They show up every time, especially when it's bad. Even if they don't show up when it's not bad, they do show up when it is bad, and they will slam that voting button down, or that lever or whatever, whether it's the right vote or not. It doesn't matter if you could show them, you're making the wrong decision. They don't care. They want that instant gratification. Watching some puts roll through right now on Apple, Tesla, ARKG, Roblox. Roblox big puts, May 20th, 50p, $1.3 million. Tesla puts, March 25th, 970p, $594,000. Apple puts April 1st, 162.5p, $61,000. We got to squeeze those bears out right into the close. Got to squeeze them out to 450. Look at that squeeze happening right now. Just bear rage. I might add some puts in here myself into this bell, actually. So if we go higher into, we got 449.92, and if we can trade up to 45.10 or so into this bell, I will probably add some puts on. So we'll look to that JPM collar. We will look to the JPM collar, which is right up here, and see if we can make that JPM collar. It's right up here at 451. See if we can tag it or not. We made another attempt, 449.93. So within 7 cents of a 450 price target above here. We do have resistance at 450, so we'll see if we can tag this 451. And I'll probably add some puts as we get closer. Watching calls coming in on NVIDIA. March 25th, 280 C for $50,000. Watching calls on Tesla, April 8th, 1230 C, $64,000. Calls on Tesla, March 25th, 1050 C, $454,000. We'll see if we can trade it up into the bell and just squeeze every last bear out there. If you want to buy some puts, maybe wait for just at the bell. Now trading to 449.96, 499, 450, tagging 450. Now even going higher, 450.12. Hello, ladies. Boom. Strike just above 450.12. Tesla getting very close to 1,000. It's at 99.77 on the high. We'll look to see if Tesla can move on up to 1,000 and just touch that high there. Boom, 997.77. See if it can slap that 1,000. Slap it like a fat ass. SPY calls coming in. Tesla calls coming in. Believe it or not, X calls coming in. They don't care about the steel coming from England. April 14th, 41C. $28,000. Tesla calls across the board. SPY calls across the board. See if we can hit 1,000 in the bell here. SPY with the pincer move once again at 450.15. Let's see if we can get up to 451. Show me that JPM collar, baby. Show it to me. Show me 451.0. $451.0. I'm getting ready to buy some puts. Dude, what in the fuck is going on here? Now trading on the highs, 450.38. Can we take it up to 451 into the bell is the question. See if we can get this squeeze higher, right into the bell, 451. Slap that fucking ask on JPM.
About 10 minutes to the closing bell in New York on the earnings front today. We'll get Adobe,
Beautiful trade on
ADP,
SPY.
about 5 minutes after the close. AAR, core symbol AIR, also scheduled to report.
Now getting a wide bid ask on puts here. No, thank you. I'll wait until we get up to 451. Just want to show it to you again over here. 450.57. Huge wide bid ask on the on puts right now. Still sellers stepping in above here. Just relentless buying of this market, non-stop. More SPY puts coming in right now. March 25th, 445p for $100,000. March 23rd for today, 448p. May 20th, 440p, $1.1 million. So here comes some bears stepping in now. So you got May 20th, 440p, $1.1 million. Bears getting wrecked. Watching some premium come in puts right now, just a heads up. Some premium kicking in. There's no interest down at 440p, but there is interest to 445p. This is for Wednesday. I still haven't entered any. I'm waiting for the bell, actually. I want to see 450.10 if it's possible. I'd like to see this last little bit here. I don't think we'll get it, but I'd like to see this last little push higher. We'll see if we can get that last little push. Usually it happens, the last 7 minutes or so. What you end up seeing is, doesn't matter if we're going up or down. Not always, but a lot of times the last 7 minutes or so, you end up seeing some big power moves. and then you get bad positioning. We'll see if we get an actual legitimate sell down here into the close. Still starting to sell off into the bell. Tesla now down to 993.27. See what we're looking at here. Nice dip buys down here if you're a bull and you want to dip buy. You could get this for the next move up tomorrow. Now bouncing on VWAP. Watching dip buyers step in again. IWM March 31st, 211C, $342,000. QQQs calls March 23rd for today, 358C, $76,000. Then also watching some last minute put buyers, not today, for tomorrow, excuse me, on that date. Then SPY puts 323 448P for $100,000. QQQ puts March 23rd, 357P, $147,000. Sitting right on VWAP into the bell here. Let me know if you're bullish into the bell today, if you're going to buy this dip into tomorrow, or if you're loading the boat with puts here. Hey, Winky, how you doing, brother? It's the collar is not monthly; it's every 3 months. It gets talked about all over the place. We talked about it here a few times. I talk about it on JPM or on Twitter, and I talk about it on stream sometimes. The next time I see the new one come out, I'll let you know. Now watching more puts come in on IWM, the Qs. All small time money, $37,000, $57,000 in calls. SPY 447s were as low as 83 cents. Now they're $1.13. I've got some SPY 440s too. 440Ps, 447Ps for Wednesday. Zero dates, baby. Zero date puts. I mean, let's see. What do we put in? What do we put on today? What was just today? We started the day at. Yeah, we started the day today at 4:45. We've got 1 minute left. So I just bought a shit ton of 440s. I bought a shit ton of 447s. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. With just a minute left on the bell. Watching SPY puts come in 4-1, 449p, $400,000. So I'm loading up right now. I'm actually into my account, like 20% of my account is on puts for tomorrow. All right, that was a good day. Well, check back with you tomorrow. It's my birthday today, so I hope that I don't get too crazy tonight. I want to say thank you to all of you that showed up today. Anyone that said thank you, happy birthday, that kind of stuff. I appreciate all of you being here. It makes my day, makes my week, makes my year. Hope you're all making money out there. We'll be back again tomorrow. Also look forward to this weekend to being with you on Saturday or Sunday. And I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll see what happens in the overnight. We'll see if we. I'm wondering if we still grab that 451.10, or excuse me, that 451 for JPM caller tomorrow. That would be interesting if it was one more beautiful day of squeeze, or if they pin it sideways for a couple days and then don't drop it into Friday. Would be another interesting day as well. Sometimes they don't drop it the first day, so we'll see what happens over the next couple days. I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. Thanks for showing up. If any of you are celebrating a birthday out there, happy birthday to you. And I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow, bright and early, and hopefully not hungover. If I am, maybe I'll show up in my pajamas or something. You guys all have a wonderful afternoon. Thanks for supporting the channel. Please like and subscribe. Please check in again tomorrow. We'll see if this market continues higher. There is a bid in the market. I'll give you that. Even if there is a pullback, I'm not seeing that bloodbath. The bloodbath that was available to the market technically was erased today. There was enough bid in ETFs today, not showing a huge giant rollover at this point. Unless we have some headline news that we don't know about, I'm not seeing the death spiral down to 4,000 anymore. I'd say the weakest that we go at this point is 440. 440 would be if you're going to see a market rollover at this point. Look for a rollover to 440. That would be your price target for a buy the fucking dip situation. If you wanted to buy the dip situation, look for 445 in the coming days, or a bounce off 445. If you see more puts come in, you'll see a bounce on 445 or so, and then you'll see more puts come in to take us to 440. We've got one more day left for tomorrow's expiry. That would be the only other thing to think about, is sometimes they'll pin the market for a day or two, and then they won't print the put side until Friday or Monday. So just be careful of that as well. You might not see that the next day. You might not see the market roll immediately. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. If we do see a huge market rollover, we have seen that in the past, where we trade higher, like we trade higher tonight, and then you'd see futures green tonight, and then you'd see a reversal at like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that. Or you'd see a pin, and then we'd start reversing. You buy puts a little bit too early. So we'll have to add to those tomorrow if we do. We'll add to them today. Between today and Friday, we'll start getting pretty serious on a pullback and going full tilt. Okay, so you guys have a great evening. I will check in with you guys tomorrow. Happy March 22nd, baby. March 22nd, my birthday. I'm kind of stoked. It's a good day. It's been a good lead up to this. Of note, too. Of note. Tomorrow was the day that the market reversed in 2020. Tomorrow was one of the worst days that we've seen in market history, or at least in my history, like worst day or worst week or two leading into it. I remember when we were in February, and I remember when I pulled my kids out of school, and I was like, the market's gonna fucking dump. It's gonna burn, and it did. It burned bad. It was fucking ugly. Someone was just talking about that this past week about. We forget, the streets were empty. They were spraying streets down and shit. It was really wild. Watching after the after hours right now, puts on IWM golden ticket, May 20th, 197p, $1.9 million. So we might see some more puts. I will leave the flow algo up and running until 4:15 so that you can pay attention to any after hours shenanigans. You could see some puts roll in on big flow. You might see millions of dollars come in between now on the indexes between now and 4:15 p.m. So thanks for all the support out there. You guys all take it easy. Hey, the Market Rebel, thanks for supporting the channel, brother. Thanks for the tip. I appreciate it. You guys all have a great night. I'll see you all tomorrow.